Mayor Du Bois, we're live at this time.
Great. Welcome to the council meeting of January 19th, 2021. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Burt,
Here.
Councilmember Cormack,
Here.
Mayor Du Bois,
Here.
Councilmember Philstep,
Here.
Councilmember Koo,
Here.
Councilmember Stone,
Here.
and Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 present.
Great, thank you. Our first item tonight is a closed session. It's a conference with real property negotiators for 455 Bryant Street and to discuss negotiations with Tesla. This closed session concerns direction to city negotiators regarding price in terms of payment for a potential license agreement to permit use and occupancy of a portion of the garage for 20 Tesla supercharging stations. We do negotiations in closed session. If that discussion is productive, the item will return to council in open session for approval. So with that, do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Excuse me,
Mayor Du Bois, we do have one speaker.
Yeah, members of the public.
Oh, thank you. Go ahead, City Clerk.
Any member of the public that wishes to speak on the closed session? Item number 1, please raise your hand at this time. Right now we have Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Rebecca, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. I have questions, especially one big question. I know you're not supposed to respond to me, but this kind of changes is be extremely helpful. By license agreement, by fee, are you talking about what Palo Alto intends to pay Tesla to have, to license these charging stations, or what Tesla intends to pay Palo Alto? Because that makes a big difference. Can you answer that now, or otherwise it will render my comments moot if it's the latter?
I don't think we can respond. This is a closed session item.
Okay. I know it's closed session, but okay, so I'll just act then. I'll assume the worst then, and I'll assume that Palo Alto intends to pay Tesla for the use of charging stations. And I guess I want to say that, as you know, Tesla is by many standards the most profitable company in the world, where its founder, Elon Musk, with whom I worked briefly, is the wealthiest individual in the world. And Tesla pays local taxes in every city it's located in, except for Palo Alto, where it doesn't pay any taxes at all, even though it employs a lot of people. So in terms of the balance of harms and what's in community interest, I think it's pretty fair to say that Tesla owes Palo Alto a lot right now. So Palo Alto certainly shouldn't be in any position to pay Tesla any money. And I guess since you are in negotiation and since I negotiate for a living, I guess I'm going to say a couple of things I would successfully acquire if I were able to negotiate these things. And if you think I couldn't, then feel free to talk to any of my clients. One of the things that we should be obtaining from Tesla is the use of electric shuttles. That will be easy to obtain if you also put in place and enforce a requirement that large employers park their companies offsite, like near the freeways, and bring their companies in with shuttles, which would be really helpful to the community in terms of reducing traffic and improving safety, and of course, getting us towards that carbon neutral place that that I know we all want to be towards. So if Tesla, we have actually a huge manufacturer of electric shuttles right there that you're about to negotiate with. Let's get some of those. Also, it'd be very interesting at least to have a conversation with Tesla about their potential ability to create an underground tunnel, say, for example, to host Caltrain and or high-speed rail. Tesla actually has a company, a sister company called The Boring Company, which is basically a big drill that drills holes underneath the ground. I think that might be worth exploring, but please don't give Tesla anything. Thank you so much. Bye.
Any other members of the public that wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand.
All right, let's bring it back to the council. Do we have a motion to go to closed session?
So moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right. So let's go ahead and vote. Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
and Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Great. All right, so you're going to go into closed session. We should return about 6 o'clock. We'll see you in the closed meeting. If council members could turn on their cameras when they're back so we know you're here. Okay, I think we're all back. So we're going to proceed with item number 2, which is a study session of 2951 El Camino Real.
Mayor Du Bois, this is Beth, the city clerk.
Yes, I.
Can you announce whether you had reportable or no reportable action? From
Yeah,
the
we're
closed session?
we're returning from closed session with no reportable action.
And also, Mr. Mayor, did we want to mention the plan for the agenda? I know we'll do it officially under agenda changes.
Yeah, I was going to do that. So just because we have 2 hours of study sessions tonight, given the full meeting with Foothills Park and the HRC report, we're going to defer item number 4 to the next meeting. And we're going to move item number 5, the Housing Element Working Group, to come last. Because if we run out of time, we will also need to defer that item. And we'll repeat this when we get to agenda changes. So I think we're ready to start the study session. Does staff want to take it away?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. Let me just share my screen. Okay. Okay, very good. So good evening, City Council. I wanted to begin this pre-screening presentation with this first slide here. It's not showing up on my screen, but there we go. Okay, so just to provide some background to how we got to where we are with these planned community or planned housing zoning applications. And of course, the council will recall in 2017, we adopted the comprehensive plan that set forth a housing projection that we hoped to attain by 2030. And when you look at that number and you compare it to the current RENA cycle that we're in, which takes us to the end of 2022, you can see on this graph the number of housing units that we were hoping to build, aspiring to build. That's the darker green number. And the lighter green number is the actual number of units that we've issued permits for during that time. And sort of recognizing that, us missing our mark on that, the council last February had a discussion about the department's work program and the housing work program. And in that, we sort of, I recognized that we've had a lot of conversations with prospective applicants about our housing incentive program that the council adopted in 2018. And that program went a long way to make some changes to our commercial zoning and our multifamily zoning to encourage or spur more housing production. But in our conversations with some prospective developers and applicants, what we found out, and what I reported it last year, was that we seemed to be just missing it a little bit. The height was people may have needed a few more feet in height, 5 more feet. Some prospective applicants spoke that the parking standards still did not go low enough, and they were looking for something like 1 space per unit. Floor area was also sometimes identified as an increase that might have been necessary in order for a development to go forward. And so we haven't received any large developments that would have included the HIP, the Housing Incentive Program. And so last February, I presented to the council the possibility of reactivating the PC, Planning Community Zoning, for the sole purpose of housing projects or even mixed-use housing projects, and to eliminate the idea of the public benefit, the negotiation for the public benefit, and instead establish a two-pronged test. One is that there is an inclusionary requirement of at least 20%, and that there were more housing units incorporated into the development than there would have been needed for any jobs, net new jobs that were created. And a few months back, maybe 4 months ago, I presented a report to the council where we wanted to really understand what did that 20% mean, and what did that jobs housing requirement mean. And so we've settled on that, and we have met with still a number of folks. I've reported last time that we have upwards of 1,000 units of prospective development, and it's probably increased since then. But the idea in this process was that we understood that there were going to be some trade-offs, and because we know the zoning wasn't quite getting us where we wanted to go under the HIP. And the idea was that it was sort of at the margins, a little more height, a little more floor area, maybe some reductions in parking. And so you've seen a couple of applications that have come before you as a pre-screening. And this one is actually making its second run before the City Council, having first been presented in October. And the applicant can speak more to their particular situation, but as I understand it, they don't own all of the land that is part of the subject development, and they are going to have to make some decisions soon as to whether they want to proceed with the project or not. And so to the extent that the council feels like the pre-screening that's being presented to you is in line with the council's expressed interests with respect to the PHC zoning, I think that'd be an important feedback for the prospective applicant to hear. And if not, similarly, to have that sort of understood so that informed decisions can be made by the prospective applicant in terms of the carrying costs that would be incurred. As we go forward, well, actually, I'll note in the staff report, and maybe the applicant will provide more detail about this. I do not intend to talk about this in much detail in the presentation. The applicant did look at well, first of all, the applicant heard the council's comments and the comments that were expressed by some of the residents in the area, and has made some design changes, and also looked at the possibility of not the possibility, but what would it look like to do a code compliant project using the HIP at this particular site. And the results of that are included in the staff report. And again, the applicant may speak more to that. To be clear, it is not their intent to do that project. As I understand it, it's not one that makes economic sense for that particular development to go forward. So then what is before you this evening, and again, in a very conceptual way, we're not asking the council to make any firm comments about the project in particular, because if it does get filed, it will be back before you. But there's 113 units that are proposed. The height is the project still exceeds the 50-foot height limit, this time by about 4 feet. And also would exceed the height limit for the transitional zone between the adjacent R1 zone, which is 35 feet, and 150 feet from that distance of the R1 zone. So you can see in the diagram here, and as stipulated in your presentation, that there's a gradual increase from the R1 zone to El Camino, where the height does increase up to 53 feet 8 inches. There's, I believe it's an auto repair facility that would be removed as part of the development. And there is some existing office that would be replaced. The project meets meets the two-pronged test of the on-site affordability requirement and more housing units than jobs incorporated into the project. In fact, there's no net new jobs proposed as a part of the concept. And you can see that this results in less floor area than was previously considered by the council, fewer units, and a lower height than had been previously first viewed by the City Council in October. I won't get into this chart, but the council has this PowerPoint presentation, and I'm joined by Samuel Gutierrez from our office. If there's any specific zoning related questions, Sam can help us with this particular chart. The policy questions that the council contemplated back in October are pretty much the same ones that you have here today, just the impacts are arguably at a lesser scale. And so that, we're still recognizing that the project does meet its code required parking with the incorporation of lifts, which is permitted by our local zoning code. It's respecting the retail preservation requirements. But it is adjacent to R1 zones, and we've had that conversation in October. And there's our code has some particular transitional height requirements in that when a development is proposed adjacent to an R1 property. And so some of those issues still remain, and the council may have some additional perspective on that. As noted, the project itself would require a change to the comprehensive plan and to the comprehensive plan and also to the zoning code. In part to address the R1 development with multifamily and to address the 50-foot height restriction, as well as the transitional heights. Pre-screening is a non-binding action. It's no action at all, frankly. It's just a opportunity for the council and the public to offer some comments, and for the applicant to receive those comments and to make their own decision as to how they want to proceed. The recommendation is to schedule your pre-screening or to have your pre-screening this evening, to hear from the applicant who will follow me, and open it up to public comments. And then we look forward to the council's perspective or comments thereafter. So with that, Mayor, I will end my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Does the applicant have a presentation as well?
Yes.
Yes.
Should we go there next?
Yes. And so let's see, let me pull up our attendee list here. Mr. Johnson, are you going to present?
Yes. Can
Okay.
you see me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. Thank you for providing this planned home zoning process that allows us to present this project to you tonight. The last pre-screening of this project was October 5th. We made significant changes in response to that meeting and multiple meetings with neighbors on Olive and Pepper Streets and members of the NVCAP working group. I also want to thank Palo Alto planning staff, Samuel Gutierrez and Jody Gerhardt, for their guidance. I'd like to introduce the development team who's here tonight on the panel. Mark Johnson, partner at Acclaim, Sherry Scott of Sherry Scott Architects, Jessica Agramonte, property owner of 2951 El Camino Real and 470 Olive. We all know that Palo Alto is one of the most innovative and vibrant job centers in the world. Streams of people come to Palo Alto each day to invest, to invent, collaborate, and ignite groundbreaking ideas. Housing is a key element of Palo Alto's past, current, and future community. I think that we can all agree that ideally, housing should be located near jobs and transit centers. Those who are lucky enough to live close to their work have a better work-life balance, contribute less pollution, and are simply healthier and happier. The existing housing shortage has obviously stressed our community. Many people who grew up in Palo Alto cannot afford to live here. And teachers, policemen, firemen, other community service workers end up living elsewhere and enduring punishing commutes. Although no single project is a panacea, and no project is perfect, this project provides the housing and below market rate housing near a transit corridor, El Camino Real, and a train station, Cal Ave. This project is the first housing project to deed restrict over 20% of its units without a subsidy from the city of Palo Alto or a housing nonprofit. 23 units will be below market rate. They will be mixed with market rate units, as there will be no discernible difference between the two. The affordable units will be economically sustained by the market rate portion of the building, and the project as a whole will be economically independent. The project will be fully parked, 1 parking space per bedroom. It's not only inherently green thanks to transit-friendly location and small living areas. It will also have thermal and photovoltaic solar infrastructure, among other environmental systems. The project's location, design, layout ensure good bike and pedestrian connections through the NVCAP area, specifically connecting with Caltrain and California Ave. It's a 12-minute walk to the Caltrain station. This project can provide 20% of its affordable units only through housing intensification. We are asking the community and the city council to allow specific variances to the current zoning standard, such as height, floor area ratio, in exchange for much needed housing and below market rate units. Cheryl Klein, a board chairwoman at Palo Alto Housing, stated last year in a city council meeting that there are about 3,000 individuals and families on the nonprofits waiting list for below market rate units. We hope that this project may be able to make a small but meaningful impact by providing homes for some of those very patient people. I'm here with Sherry Scott, like I mentioned, and Sherry can go over some of the details of the project and some of the changes that we've made as a result of the last pre-screening and as a result of having several meetings with the neighbors adjacent to the property and members of the working group, NVCAP working group. Sherry, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay. So I'd like to just highlight some of the changes that we've made since the first proposal that we put forward in October of last year. Again, these are in responses to the comments that we heard at that work group, and then also in speaking with the neighbors. Density-wise, we have reduced the unit count from 119 to 113. And we did this strategically to reduce the shadows on the adjacent R1 properties. And I think that that was very successful and key in preserving the daylight plane adjacent to R1. And I can show you some shadow studies later in the presentation that sort of illustrate that point. In reducing the units, we've also reduced the density in FAR. And then we've also lowered the height overall for the building. And so in addition to losing units, we've compressed each floor, taken height out of every floor, and then also reduced the first floor height, which is where we had office and retail, still have office and retail. And we were able to compress this floor down by losing units above those uses that require a double height space. So we've gone from down to a 53 feet 8-inch height, which is as tight as we can compress the 5 stories and reduce the shadows as much as possible. Okay, can we go to the next slide? And just to illustrate the difference from the previous proposal to this proposal, the gray areas that you see behind the building are the area that we've removed from the project. And you can see that at the top elevation, this is the elevation along Pepper Avenue. We removed 2 units from the 5th floor here, and that really helped with the shadow impact on the adjacent neighbors on Pepper. Similarly, on Olive, we've removed 2 units from the 3rd floor, and these are the units that were closest to the residential on Olive. And again, this really helped with our daylight plane and reduced the shadows on the neighbors there. The gray that's beyond is the result of reducing that first floor height and taking a few inches out of every floor to compress the building as much as possible. The next slide, please. And so just briefly to orient you with these perspective views, the top view is the corner of Pepper and El Camino Real. On El Camino, we have, of course, a busy commercial corridor. And so we have the double height office space and the retail space there. And this is also where we have the height, the 5-story height, which is as far away as we could get from the adjacent R1 units. So the height from El Camino really tapers down, transitions from, again, the commercial street, the commercial corridor along El Camino, and then reduces height and scale as it goes to the R1. Similarly, in the lower right-hand corner, you can see that there's two distinct characters to the project along Olive. The parcels that were adjacent to R1 here are respecting the not only the daylight plane, which the whole project respects the daylight plane for R1, but the units that are closest to the R1 also have the same setbacks that a residential R1 would have, a 20-foot front setback with a lawn, and then going from 2 stories up to 3 stories on those parcels. So really mediating between R1 and the commercial corridor along El Camino. Again, we're fully parked. This is all below grade parking here, and this allows the ground floor to be all active uses. Next slide, please. So on the ground floor, we've got the office and retail space, which are currently on site now that are being retained in this building. And it really creates a buffer for the residences behind those commercial uses. Again, El Camino being a very busy commercial corridor, it made sense to help activate that street and also buffer the residences beyond with those uses. The second floor, you can see this is where we removed units to compress the overall building height. So the office and retail are essentially double height, and that allowed us to take a few feet off the entire building. The third floor, you can see that we're starting to taper back, removing units that are closest to the adjacent R1. And then again, we're tapering back at the 4th floor. And finally up to the 5th floor, which not only are we pulling further and further back from the R1, but we're also setting the 5th floor back from all the street frontages to really accentuate the 4-story height rather than the 5th floor's height. These are the elevations of the project, similar to the perspectives that you just saw. What I just want to highlight here is, it's a little bit small, but the red line that's coming up from the property line between the proposed project and the R1 district reflects the residential daylight plane requirement. And we're respecting that on all frontages. And you can see here that it's the proposed project is well below that line, both at Olive and at Pepper. So as I was talking about mediating between the commercial corridor and the residential beyond, El Camino is part of the Grand Boulevard plan. And so one of the goals there is to make it more of a livable, walkable space. So we'll be adding street trees, widening the sidewalk, and again, having all of our active uses facing El Camino. So entries, both for the office, residences, leasing office, and also the corner retail space. We've also set the retail space back, further back from the curb line to allow for some outdoor seating there. In addition to the daylight plane requirements that we have revised the project to adhere to, we also reached out to neighbors with their concerns about privacy. And so we're hoping to really engage them and have been reaching out to them to design the boundary between the projects and maximize privacy. One way to do this is by planting screening trees, evergreen tree species, which would be about 20 feet plus in height. And then also a mixture of planter walls, fences, trellises. So this is really kind of a work in process that we will engage the neighbors with so that their street frontages or their property line frontage is as beautiful on their side as it is on ours. And lastly, not to get into too much detail, sorry, but the changes that we made to the massing of the project were really informed by the shadow studies that we did. Just to get you oriented, the top row of slides is the previously proposed project, and the lower row is the currently proposed project. The good news is that the daylight plane requirement really is effective, and it shows up in these slides. This is the summer slide, and even in the previously proposed project, there were no shadows being cast on the adjacent neighbors. The next slide is the equinox. And this is where you can start to see some of the changes that we made and how they impact the shadows on the neighbors. If we look at, really in this slide, it's pretty much just the last 5 p.m. slide. If you look at, it's a little hard to see, but the shadows on the R1 neighbors, both at Pepper and Olive, were impacted at the 5 p.m. in the springtime equinox and fall equinox. And in the proposed project now, by removing those units, we are not shadowing the adjacent neighbors. And then the worst case scenario is the shortest day of the year. And in this, you can also see how the changes have really helped. Beginning at 3 p.m. in the top slide, the previous project, the adjacent neighbor's roof and solar panels were shaded. And in the revisions that we've made now, that their roof is completely lit at 3 p.m., even on the shortest day of the year. So you can see that the shadows, even on the shortest day, are really minimally impacting the neighbors. And again, this is due to adhering to the daylight plane. And the result of this is basically that it has a similar impact as a 2-story residence would have in terms of its impact on shadows. And again, all these changes that we've made in response to the neighbor input and also the comments that we heard from the previous meeting, we feel that we're doing our best to transition from commercial corridor to R1 and really create a vibrant community addition to the community.
Great, thanks. Thank you, Sherry. So, so I'd also like to touch on briefly, and Jonathan Late alluded to this, on why, really specifically, why the 5th floor for this project is so important. It really comes down to a math problem for us. It's a combination of highest land values in the country, really in Palo Alto, construction costs. So construction costs since 2015 have increased at 1% a month since that time, and continue to increase. And so that's a huge hurdle for us to continue to face. Affordable units, the 20% is a high level, very high level, and we have stretched to get there. The underground parking, completely parking a project, underground parking garages are inherently expensive, especially when we are close to the water table. And then you add on top of that the California Olive Emerson regional plume, which exists in the water there, will require a system to encapsulate the parking garage, a vapor barrier system. And so in an effort to get these units, we've pushed the height right along El Camino Real. And so that it's as far away from the R1 properties as possible. And then we've removed units as we step down to the R1. And so, so we like Sherry mentioned, have been reaching out quite significantly to over the past many months on the neighbors to discuss some of these changes with them. But we, so that's why the number of units is so critical for this. It allows us to get an economy of scale while still providing those affordable units. So thank you for allowing us to make this presentation.
Great, thank you, Mr. Johnson. So we're going to take comments from the public. So if you're in the public and you'd like to speak, I'd like you to put your hands up now. Okay, so we're going to do public comments a little bit differently starting this meeting. It looks like we have more than 10 speakers, which is more than 30 minutes of public comment. So we're going to go to 2 minutes a person. And it's currently 6:50. We're going to stop taking speakers at 6:55. So if you want to speak, please have your hand up by 6:55. And then I would also remind the speakers, if somebody else has already made your comment, we appreciate it if you just say, I agree with so-and-so and save some time. And again, this is a study session. So I'd like to leave time for council to give a few comments so we can get on to our Black Lives Matter item. All right, City Clerk, do you want to take it from here?
Sure, Mayor Du Bois. Our first speaker is Susan Keene, to be followed by Waldek Kazmarski. Susan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Susan Keene.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2
Okay, I
minutes.
had it, wasn't unmuted. I just see from what I've read and seen, this violates the city zoning codes all over the place. It's upzoning R1 to a dense PC. It exceeds the height, and this wouldn't be allowed in other parts of the city. So why, because this is South Palo Alto, is this being allowed? It's breaking all the height limits, the space limits, and there's only really a few lower income, one bedrooms or something. It does not fit in Palo Alto. It's covering up a ton of land. Shouldn't be next to a residential area. And if it is going to be one, it should be a lot lower, even though I saw the photographs of it's no longer supposedly, you know, showing, making shade, but exceeds the footprint by 63%, exceeds the allowed floor area. Anyway, it goes on and on. And I don't think that this would be allowed in other places in this city. So thank you. That's and I have a comment about Foothill Park, and that is that I think we should hold the same amount as when we had just the residents, let others in and charge residents a small amount, maybe 5, and maybe other people.
Sorry, Suzanne, that's not this item.
I know.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Waldek Kazmarski, to be followed by Anupa Baiwa and then Mark Molino. Waldek, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yes. Hi. So I am a member of NVCOP, and personally, I kind of like the project. I actually see the reason why you would like to build higher buildings along El Camino, and I realized that we need to have more units. What concerns me is slippery slope, meaning the way we will be changing, making changes into the area. If we're going to be reviewing each of the projects separately, then the entire work of a working group would be undermined. So although this particular project sticks in most of the it's designed to the principles that we established in a working group, I'm just afraid that reviewing individual projects before conclusion of the working group going to undermine the whole effort. And as an example here is, although this project is close to El Camino and therefore it makes sense that it's denser and has less green space. If we would create this as a, if we would approve it as it is, we would probably give the reason for other projects that are going to follow also to have a very little green space for the public. And that would be against the ideas that were raised during the working group. Thank you.
Thank you. And Clerk, if we could cut off new speakers at this point.
Sure. Our last speaker is going to be Joe Hirsch. Our next speaker is Anupa Baiwa, to be followed by Mark Molyneux and then Salim Demirji. Anupa, go ahead. Anupa, you have 2 minutes. We'll try again after Mark Molyneux. Mark, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, hopefully I'm being heard.
Yes, you are.
Hello, hello. Hi there, Mark Molyneux, renter. I'd just like to, point out some of the claims that city council members made last week, which is that you want to build affordable housing, and you're really trying hard to do what you can to create the housing Palo Alto needs. We've heard what will actually create this affordable housing. It's doing the things that will make it happen, which is stuff such as permitting more height, permitting less parking, having less expensive process. And balanced against these things, instead, we spend a lot of time dealing with not having too much shadows on existing millionaire homeowners, properties. And I think, we live in a society, to make an obvious point, we live in a society and we hear about the misery here, the misery of expensive prices, the misery of queues of affordable housing, as I said, were thousands long, taking decades to fill. And instead, we're talking about some millionaire's yard. Who cares? If we lived in a decent society, you would eminent domain that homeowner and build towers to house people who need it, instead of coddling these property owners. I would just make a point is this. I think the fact that this is fully parked is disgusting. And it's an indication, what is the reason that we don't have 0 parking places and they can use, public transit? The reason is you're scared of street parking, which just indicates you need to move more quickly in preventing street parking throughout the city so that you can underpark structures with peace of mind. I look forward. I think this is a great structure. Let's move forward to it. I just wish it had 0 parking spaces. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mark. Our next speaker is Anupa Baiwa. No response, so we'll move on to Salim Demirji, to be followed by Rohan Ghosh and then Aram James. Salim, you're going to need to unmute on your end.
Gotcha. Yeah. Hi, I'm Salim, also a renter. I really like this project. There are a lot of smaller, more naturally affordable homes, like mostly studios and 1-bedrooms. It's transit-oriented development. It's in walking distance of Caltrain. It's mixed-use development, which makes it easier for us to have a more walkable neighborhood. It's putting, density near El Camino Real, which makes a ton of sense. So I hope that tonight, when y'all are considering this project, you keep in mind like a longer time frame. This project will probably last at least like 60 years and outlive most of us. So you should be thinking on that scale when you're thinking about what kind of Palo Alto do you want to have decades down the road. We can't have the amount of housing in Palo Alto at the same level in, say, 60 years. So if you reduce the density more, you really got to think about the impact of that. I also share the concerns that the previous speaker had about parking. If you're thinking on like a decades-long horizon, we really need to have public transit at the level where developed countries have it. And that probably means less parking. It probably means more walking. So I hope the parking goes down, but and that the heights go up and that the density increases. it seems like the developers are really bending over backwards to satisfy rich homeowners and not doing enough to help us with the housing crisis we have. So I understand the constraints they're in. I just hope that Palo Alto gives them the direction to increase density and build for the future, as opposed to just appeasing the homeowners that live nearby. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rohan Ghosh, to be followed by Aram James and then Terry Holzheimer. Rohan, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
When I look at a project like this, I'm a senior at Pali right now. Lived in Palo Alto most of my life. When I look at a project like this, what I see is 2 things, or actually 3 things, or more things. But one of the first things I see is a chance that maybe I'll have a fighting chance that when I'm done with whatever I do right after high school, I might have a chance to move into a place back in my hometown. So many of people who I knew when I was younger, in middle school, early in high school, who then went on to college, have not been able to afford to move home back to the community they grew up in because we haven't built the housing that they need. We haven't built homes for them. And when I see a project like this, I see the chance that maybe people like myself might someday, after we're done with college, getting jobs, being adults and whatnot, we might have the chance to move back into our communities. What I also see in this project here is a chance to give people homes right next to transit where they won't have to drive their cars and spew carbon emissions. So I see our city actually taking initiative to fight climate change and ensure that people like myself will have a planet when we grow old. That is what a project like this signifies to me. And that's why I'm in favor of having this project be approved. Hopefully we'll let them expand it even more, but way more of these like this, bigger, better, all over this town.
Thank you, Rohan. Our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Terry Holzheimer and Katie Roof. Aram, go ahead.
So good evening. I have a few questions that maybe you all can think about. And that is, this is in the Ventura neighborhood, one of the few areas that African Americans were traditionally allowed to live in segregated Palo Alto. And I know we're going to be talking about the history of Black and Brown discrimination in the next agenda item. But I'd like to know whether the city of Palo Alto and the planning and development reached out to Black developers. I've seen a lot of projects and I don't have a problem with white people, but it sure would be nice to see a Black developer where we're trying to secure Black housing. And I've talked to you a lot about AB 3121, the state law on reparations. And I'm wondering, when you say below market, what does that really mean in terms of pricing? And can we in Palo Alto follow the tradition or the concept of reparations and bring Black folks that have been pushed out of Palo Alto back by setting aside at least 20% of these units for African Americans in perpetuity as an action item, not just speaking and talking about what we're going to do around the Black Lives Matter movement, but actually an action that we are going to commit to tonight. And those are going to be below market and they're going to be in perpetuity for African American families. What do you say about that? So can you tell me what below market actually means? Can we talk about reparations in a very small form? 20-30% of these units in perpetuity, below market for African American families that have been pushed out of our community. We know that's true, so we have an opportunity to act, to do something positive, not just a talking group, more conversation about how we deal with the issues of segregation, the segregationist history of this town, but something that we can do and say and be proud of that we actually took a proactive stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Aram. Our next speaker is Terry Holzimer, to be followed by Katie Ruff and then Kelsey Baines. Terry, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'd like to urge the council tonight to reject the current 2591 project.
Terry, your volume is very low. We can't hear you.
Hello? Can you hear me now? Hello?
No, we can't hear you at all.
My volume is up. Let's see, audio settings. The output is
Terry, we'll come back to you. Our next speaker is Katie Ruff. Katie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, so I'd like to build off of some of what Rohan said. So I'm a sophomore at Gunn, and as a young citizen in Palo Alto, I will be part of the population most affected by the long-term implications of this proposal. I think by creating the opportunity for more housing, some of which will be like more affordable, and that it will be by transportation and jobs, this gives me more opportunities to build a future here in Palo Alto. And people around me who I greatly value will also be affected by this. Teachers and many other vital citizens to our community cannot realistically find homes in Palo Alto. Some of my teachers live over many hours away from our school, so they have to commute really long distances, and that puts a lot of unnecessary pressure on their lives and can sometimes impact their ability to work. But with this proposal, this problem won't be as detrimental. Not only this, but this proposal will also help set a precedent for essential like climate change policies in the future. By adopting higher density housing, this will account for this growing population with limited space. And overall, the planned home zoning proposal, I think, will just usher in a new age of accessibility and necessary change that I, as a young person, want to see present in the future of Palo Alto. Some people touched on earlier that it does go against the height limitations, but I think that these are necessary and can be justified by the sheer amount of benefits that it will bring to our community. Thank you.
I could try again.
Terry, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Kind of. Go ahead and try.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
No, we can't hear you.
Okay, can I call in? Can I call
You
in?
might try on the phone.
Okay, I'll try on the phone.
Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg and then Daniel Allen. Kelsey, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Baines. I'm a Palo Alto resident. I do want to mention to start out that I heard from Gail Price that she's been trying to raise her hand since 6 p.m. and it's not working. So if someone can work with her to try to help her be able to speak, that would be helpful. But I want to say that like many of the speakers, I support this project. We need more homes in Palo Alto. We know how many people during non-COVID times are super commuting to Palo Alto, how many people are living in overcrowded conditions or paying more than they should be in rent, or are living in RVs or in vehicles. So we need more affordable homes. And when I say affordable homes, I mean deed restricted affordable homes, but I also mean the lowercase affordable, just more affordable housing types. When I walk around Palo Alto, most of what I see under construction is just huge single family homes that will be $3, $4, $5, $6, $7 million houses, things that are way out of what my price range will ever be. And I think this project is really, it's a test of our values. Do we value aesthetics or do we value affordable housing? Because when we cut floors off buildings, those are cutting out homes for families that need them. And I also want to make one quick comment in response to the PAN letter that I read about the potential for displacement of one family here. And this is mainly a comment for the city that when you look at project plans, tree protection is part of the plan, but we never hear about existing tenants on parcels. And it would be nice if human protection was also part of the plan, and if we heard about whether or not there are existing tenants and what the plans are for addressing potential displacement that could occur. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Daniel Allen. Rebecca, go ahead.
Hi.
Rebecca, go ahead.
Trying again. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I first want to give props to the two high school students who spoke articulately and with courage at this meeting, Rohin and Katie. I think that you all really need to listen to them because they are the people more impacted than anyone else by your decisions, as careless as they sometimes appear to be. They, like I, are advocating on behalf of this project. I also want to speak a little bit about the obvious integrity of and principled nature of this particular developer, who is from a small company as opposed to the multi-billion-dollar developers that you often see here. It's likely, I'm guessing, that this developer didn't donate to your all's campaigns, unlike some of them and those associated with Castellea. So I could see how maybe you might not be as familiar with him, but I think it says a lot when someone in charge of a project doesn't just do the base minimum of what they're required to do by law or regulation, but rather goes above what is required in order to serve the public benefit. And I really think that that's what these particular developers did in terms of a shadow study. You never see those, especially so early in a project. And in terms of really working hard to actually, unlike what some previous speakers have said, like accommodate the what I consider extraordinarily overly restrictive, as you've heard me say before, height limitations and the completely counterproductive car requirements, parking requirements that you all impose. Let's give this project a chance. It sounds really good to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Daniel Allen, to be followed by Ryan Globus and then Stephanie McDonald. Daniel, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Daniel. I am a resident in Old Palo Alto. I'm a renter. I believe that the City Council has a clear charter, a clear directive to act on housing affordability and availability. And I see this project, this development, as a clear way to achieve some of those goals and take real action. The location seems perfect for this type of development, in my opinion. It's close to transit, it's close to jobs, it's close to retail, and the developer seems to have made significant compromises to address some of the concerns raised by the City Council and some of the community. So I feel like compromise like this is needed to actually act on this long-term, big scale problem. And I think that this is the type of the development that the city should be encouraging. So I urge you to provide clear and positive direction to the developer in the study session.
Thank you, Daniel. Our next speaker is Ryan Globus, to be followed by Stephanie McDonald and then Raven Malone. Ryan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Ryan Globus, and I live in Palo Alto, and I'm a renter. And I urge you to support this project. I think it's a great opportunity. I'll plus one. I thought Rohan and Kelsey brought up some great points, so I won't repeat those. I'll also add that this is a great opportunity for 23 homes that are affordable, deed restricted, without a single taxpayer dime, and that, you know, if we were to follow code compliance according to the staff report, we can only get 4 affordable homes. So just by making some minor tweaks, like adding 3 or 4 feet, that's 19 more families that can have a safe, clean, you know, home, which is an amazing opportunity. I also just want council to think about the fact that, you know, this is a problem, you know, not building enough, you know, both affordable and market rate has been a problem here in Palo Alto and across the state, and that California is poised to lose a congressional seat for the first time in the state's history. And so, you know, regardless of the outcomes of this project, I really hope you think about why that might be and what's happening in the state and what's happening in this town. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ryan. Our next speaker is Stephanie McDonald, to be followed by Raven Malone and then Jessica Clark. Stephanie, go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll try to keep it brief because I think a lot of people have already said some of the things I was going to say, but wanted to speak out in support of this project and also just add a couple comments. There were some comments about the height restrictions and how because of the zoning, this shouldn't be built in this place. But to me, that doesn't tell me this building shouldn't be built here. It tells me there's a problem with the zoning when you can't build something like this in such a prime location that has the transit and the jobs and everything else that everyone's mentioned. And then also someone said something about this being adjacent to a residential neighborhood. And I just wanted to point out that this is a residential project. This isn't a building, it's 113 homes. So I think we need to change the way we look at these projects as it's not a building that's like creating shadows, it's homes for people who really need them. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Our next speaker is Raven Malone, to be followed by Jessica Clark, and then phone caller with the last 3 digits of 726. Raven, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me? Am I muted?
You're
okay,
unmuted.
great. So I just want to address the council. I think that you should definitely approve this project. This is a great area for density, El Camino, and near transit. I mean, a lot of you all have heard me speak about this while we were all running for council. I agree with a lot of what Mark said about our need for housing and the awful excuses for not having this housing already. They've already reduced the number of units, including the number of affordable units. We need housing for not only our first responders, our senior citizens, future Palo Alto residents who've called this place home their whole lives, like Rohan and Katie touched on. If you want future generations, some of you at home listening, and the city council members as well, this means your children, your grandchildren. If you want them to also be able to live here and experience the opportunities in Palo Alto, we have to start building housing. Palo Alto needs to start building more housing and stop prioritizing property values. While running for city council, I heard a lot of residents and the new council members speak about keeping local control. This is how we do that. We need to build housing. If you don't want the state to come to take over, please approve this project, make more flexible zoning laws, allow for more people to live here, and make them feel welcome to Palo Alto as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Raven. Our next speaker is Jessica Clark, to be followed by phone caller with the last 3 digits of 726, and then Kevin Ma. Jessica, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Good evening. My name is Jessica Clark. My husband and I were both born and raised in Palo Alto. We currently rent in South Palo Alto near the Ventura neighborhood and have 3 children in the school district. In addition, I work for the school district in person for kindergarten. My husband runs the respiratory department for a Santa Clara County hospital. He and his staff work directly with COVID patients every day. Many of his days are 15+ hours, going on almost a year now. I would hope this community would consider my husband and I as essential in Palo Alto and treat others like us the same way. I would imagine Palo Alto wants lifelong community service families like ours to remain living within our own community. However, we are struggling. We have been on the below market purchase program for 10 years now. Please take a moment and let that sink in. 10 years. It saddened me terribly to see that the Palo Altans for Sensible Zoning sent an email out yesterday spreading fear about this housing opportunity by labeling it as the Godzilla project. To be honest, I don't know what else to say anymore. We as a city have built close to nothing. Compromises and trade-offs have to be made. I hope this project will move forward and provide as much housing as possible. My family and many others cannot hang on to the BMR list for another 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Our next speaker is phone caller with the last 3 digits of 726, to be followed by Kevin Ma and then Rob Nielsen. Telephone caller, go ahead. You need to unmute from your end.
Hello there.
There you go.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. This is Cleveland Kennard. I was born and raised in Palo Alto, and I'm also grateful for being housed in the community of Palo Alto. But I think I may have called early, or I thought it was the Human Relations Commission meeting that I was calling for.
That's the next item. That is the next item.
So should I call back, or should I just might as well get it out right now then, right?
No, you can call back when we get to the human relations item.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin Ma, then Rob Nielsen, and then Matt Bryant. Kevin, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Kevin Ma. I'm a renter in the Ventura neighborhood, and I like how this project is done. We recognize that housing is a very top of mind issue in Palo Alto, being the priority of the city for a long time for this decade. And we recognize that affordable housing is necessary. Our BMR lists are way too long, but we really haven't built that much BMR housing at all in the past few years. And if the city council wants to make housing actually happen, it needs to compromise a bit. I mean, or else we'll see in the future, if RENA gets even more teeth, that we will lose local control, and we will lose the ability to negotiate details on projects like we are today. And we have a developer who has made compromises in service of the neighborhood. There's a daylight plane, there's parking, the privacy address with trees. And we recognize that, yeah, sure, there's retail, there's office, but part of what it means to be transit-oriented development does mean that you should put housing and office near each other, because there's no point in just putting housing near transit and office anywhere else. That's not going to really solve transit issues we're facing throughout this valley. There might be some questions about it just barely matching the 20% requirement for BMR, but like RENA, I mean, it's like we're not really doing so well on the RENA goals, and that's meant to be also a floor, not a ceiling. So we also need to know that these units we care about the absolute number of units. There are quite a few units in this that will make a dent on our RENA goals. And at some point, we do have to care that sure, looks are somewhat important, not really actually, but what matters is that we are having a place where people that work and live in the city can stay in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Our next speaker is Rob Nielsen, then Matt Bryant, and then Keith Reckdahl. Rob, go ahead. Rob, go ahead. There you go.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I lost my screen. My name is Rob Nielsen. I'm a long-term Palo Alto resident. I want to thank you for letting me speak here tonight. I'll keep my remarks brief. I basically want to echo what several of the other speakers said. Particularly Kevin just came just before me, and Salim, one of our early speakers. I really like the location of this project being near El Camino Real and Page Mill. There's very high frequency buses that run up and down there, and that will allow us to take better advantage of the bus service that VTA provides. There's a lot of frustration expressed last week about VTA ignoring this area and like to have more people build along El Camino. Also, over the past year, the council's been discussing a lot about reducing vehicle miles travel, and a project like this would fit into that criterion very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. Our next speaker is Matt Bryant, to be followed by Keith Reckdahl and then Rebecca Saunders. Matt, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, City Council, for hearing my comments tonight. My name is Matt Bryant. I live next door to this project. I have been in contact with the developers and been keeping tabs on each of the meetings, including the last one in October. And I just want to echo some of the comments that were said earlier and what's been addressed in the past, but this is in fact a project that exceeds the current building code. It is 3 commercial properties along El Camino, which I understand what that area is meant for, but it also includes 2 residential zones to be rezoned to commercial. One of those is currently occupied by an elderly retired City of Palo Alto employee who was unknown that this project included his property, and that he was going to be now a part of this large project. The other residential building is currently a commercial building that is not to code, and therefore there are numerous fines outstanding associated with this property. So this requirement to rezone 2 residential properties R1 to commercial would really set precedents, and other parts of the city, this has not been done before. During the previous meeting, Jonathan Late mentioned that there's plenty of zoning available in downtown Palo Alto to meet the needs of the state for residential zoning that's required. I urge the city to consider why we're not developing those areas that have already been zoned accordingly, that are right next to train stations, have plenty of buses and public transportation that are ready and ripe for development. And lastly, I would urge the developers just to consider, redrawing this to meet the current needs of the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan, which has the R1 and commercial zoning where it is today. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Our next speaker is Keith Reckdahl, to be followed by Rebecca Saunders and then Scott O'Neill. Keith, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Keith Reckdahl, and I'm a member of the NVCAP working group. This project replaces about 12,000 square feet of office and commercial with a mostly housing project. So it reduces office and adds housing near transit. Both of those are very good. But this project isn't perfect. I'm a bit uncomfortable with its height being so close to the neighbors. NVCAP did debate about how to develop along El Camino, and there was a consensus that El Camino was a really good place for both density and height, although we did have some reservations about tall projects near Pepper and Olive. And also, considering the area's shortage of neighborhood serving businesses, I would like to see the project's office space be replaced with retail or retail-like businesses. And that would help create the type of walkable neighborhood that was such a high priority for NVCAP. So again, this project is not perfect, but we're much better off refining this project instead of killing it. Palo Alto does not have the luxury of only accepting housing projects that have no challenges. Palo Alto is making virtually no progress on its RHNA BMR goals. Our current approach just isn't working, and we don't have time to wait. The state can already override our local zoning if we don't meet BMR goals, and Sacramento certainly will be adding more such laws. So eventually, we will be penalized for our lack of housing production. So on one hand, we need to meet our housing goals. On the other hand, this project does impact the immediate neighbors, but we just can't throw up our hands and give up. We should send this project to PTC and ARB with a commitment to make this project work. The applicant has shown the ability to collaborate with the neighbors, and now we must bring new ideas and new approaches and collaborate with the applicant. Either we make this type of housing project work, or Scott Wiener will do it for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Our next speaker is Rebecca Saunders, to be followed by Scott O'Neill, and then phone caller with the last 3 digits of 239. Rebecca, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Miner and City Council members. This is Rebecca Saunders, Becky, calling in from beautiful Ventura. So I want to take a little exception to the prior speaker's scare tactics that Scott Wiener and Sacramento will take us over. This is a tough one because I really like the developer, and I met the architect and one of the owners, and they are super nice people. So this is yet another example of, I think, really crummy past choices on the part of the former city manager and the old city council to just build, baby, build. And now we're pitting nice developers against residents who want to know why we have to come up with the 3-to-1 jobs housing imbalance solution that we never created. So I really see upzoning as a way to make prices higher. So it will make the value of the land higher for companies, nonprofits like Alta Housing to buy the land. It will make it harder for the city to create affordable housing, as is being proposed by many residents. I mean, if we wanted to use bonds or a new business tax to build BMR housing and address our camper crisis, we will not be able to get into the business with anyone, partner with anyone, because the upzoning drives the price of the land up even higher, makes it even harder for Alta Housing to obtain. And I just don't think it's fair to other developers compadres, Olive Garden, they did the right thing. Why does 2951 get to, tap dance its way through the process? I would be really angry if I was somebody else. Anyway, I like the developers. I think this breaking the zone like this is just a really bad idea. Slippery slope. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Scott O'Neill, then phone caller with 239, and then Joe Hirsch. Scott, go ahead.
Hi, I'm 40. I was born in Oakland, grew up in the East Bay. Graduated from high school there in the late 90s, returned after college. I've lived here all my life, basically. My childhood friends fall into a few buckets that probably sound familiar to most other longtime residents. Most moved to places like Portland and Phoenix, places that built housing. A few are now high-powered professionals with kids in high-paying jobs and still live nearby. A few live with their parents and are childless and very likely will stay that way. I believe the golden years experience of my parents' generation is mostly needing plane tickets to see their grandkids or not having grandkids at all. Very few are very lucky, like my parents, whose kids happen to have been born huge nerds. The prevailing case is because our communities didn't build housing when my parents were my age. So when their kids, my cohort, were forming households, we either formed them elsewhere or not at all. This is not the future I want for myself and my children. I want my kids to be able to settle nearby if they want. I want a bike to see my grandchildren. So please find a way to build some nice apartments nearby for them to marry and to be born into. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Our next speaker is phone caller 239, then Joe Hirsch, and then phone caller 603. Phone caller with the last 3 digits of 239, go ahead. You need to unmute from your end. We'll move on to the next caller and see if that one comes back. Joe Hirsch. Go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I associate myself with the comments of Suzanne Keene and the comments set forth in the pan letter from Sherry Furman and Rebecca Sanders. We need to have a more comprehensive view of our zoning code along El Camino Real. And let's be clear, that means affecting properties all south of Page Mill and the Ventura and Barron Park areas, and not by handling matters on a project by project basis. If approved, this project will encourage other developers to exceed and violate the zoning code and expect to have their projects approved. Kevin Moss had compromised a bit. I would only add, this is not a bit. This is wholesale violation of the zoning code. These changes are a lot, no pun intended. Thus, I suggest that rather than acting on a project by project basis, what we need to do first, and I do mean first, is expressly address the issue of what our zoning code means, particularly along El Camino and the Barron Park and Ventura areas, if our zoning code means anything at all. And projects like this, unfortunately, which may be well-meaning, do have excessive violations. So we need to talk as a community. We need to address as a community if our zoning code means something or whether it's just, something that developers will ignore when they bring forth various projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Our next speaker is phone caller 239. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Candy Sarunas, and I too am a homeowner of one of the homes that's directly next to this property. And I just wanted to say that I wanted to address a couple of comments that were made earlier. This issue is not about aesthetics. It's not about coddling millionaires' property values or anything else that's been stated. I'm not opposed to housing on El Camino. My biggest concern here is similar along the lines of what the previous gentleman just said, and that is this project requires rezoning of 2 R1 residential housing units to commercial, which then begs the question about everyone else's home who's lucky to own a home in Palo Alto. What does that mean for these other homeowners? And I just want to echo the idea that if this violates the current zoning, then what does it mean for every other project? And might we reevaluate how any of this zoning is done relative to the downstream effects down from where these buildings are going to be built? I have, it's hard to find anyone who's against housing. I'm not against housing. I'm not opposed to affordable housing. I wouldn't mind it if it was directly next to me either, but there's a code for a reason. And so to the extent that we can follow these codes and not convert R1 residential housing properties to commercial, I think that sets a precedent. And, what are we doing if we don't follow those guidelines? And so I just wanted to share that with everyone because the builder and the owners have been so very open and have met with us multiple times. But I go back to that very foundational concept about our zoning and what does that mean? And so that's something that we all need to take a good, long, hard look at our zoning and figure out. Thank you.
Thank you, Candy. Our next speaker is phone caller 603, then Anupa Baiwa, and our final speaker is Gail Price. Phone caller with 603, go ahead. You need to unmute with *6. There you go.
Hello, this is Terry Holzmer calling.
Hi, Terry. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'd like to urge the council to rethink this project and reject the current proposal. Obviously, affordable housing is critical in our city, but this is not the right project for a lot of different reasons, but I'll just mention two very quickly. And that is the importance that it does violate specific zoning laws. As the previous speaker said, destroying R1 and putting another zone in its place. That has never been done in our city as far as I know. And that should be clearly a signal that if we do that here, every neighborhood might be under similar attack. It's time to look and be steady about, be sure about any proposal that upzones, especially along El Camino, and could disproportionately affect neighborhoods behind El Camino in South Palo Alto. I'd like to mention one thing, and that is one thing that hasn't been mentioned tonight, and that is often developers use an excuse to say to the city, we need incentives, we need bonuses, we need things to make sure that our project pencils out. The key word is penciling out. I think too often cities look at that and say, okay, well, let's compromise. Instead of 20% affordable housing, let's have 15 if it doesn't pencil out. But that simply isn't true. And the reason it's not true is that there are many projects that are 2 stories, 3 stories, that's still within the limit of our city, our height limits, and still are being built. There's a project now that's now being thought of and proposed in the College Terrace neighborhood. You can't necessarily say that that projects cannot pencil out. Obviously, smaller projects do get built. And a 3-story building with housing for affordable housing is important. We should add that in. Is that my limit?
Can you sum up? Our next speaker is Anupa Baiwa, to be followed by our final speaker, which will be Gail Price. Anupa, go ahead. You need to unmute. There you go. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Anupa Bajwa. I'm a homeowner at 450 Olive Avenue, which is directly on Olive Avenue adjacent to this proposed property. And I want to address the esteemed members of the Palo Alto City Council that you have a rare opportunity to implement a master plan that sets an admirable precedent for all the other neighborhoods in Palo Alto. And at the last meeting, Councilmember Filseth had stated that this proposed design should not be considered in isolation, but as one corner piece of the full NVCAP jigsaw puzzle. And I've heard students say that this is going to be affordable housing, but do you know how much they're charging on the housing on Page Mill, directly behind Pepper? Anyway, this proposed luxury rental will also overlook the backyards and bedrooms and bathrooms of the adjacent single-family homes. It has a huge floor-to-area ratio, and it'll diminish privacy and natural light and fresh air, along this corridor. It will impact the entire Pepper Olive block with increased cut-through traffic and street parking overflow. So if the city council members, want to remember that we want to build housing that is truly affordable, not just expensive rentals. And please remember that other neighborhoods are watching you. Thank you.
Thank you, Anupa. And our final speaker is going to be Gail Price. Gail, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Gail Price, president of Palo Alto Forward. I support the 2951 El Camino housing proposal and the request to rezone the properties to planned home zoning. It provides 113 homes, including 23 BMRs. The PHZ application will have varied apartment sizes with missing middle housing and mixed use. It has many assets. It is a great location. It creates housing and helps the city to meet RENA housing goals, council approved housing priorities, and the NVCAP vision. If we do not seriously use existing or improved housing policies such as the PHZ zone, combined with flexible density, height, and FAR standards, the creation of more housing will be impossible. Without expanding supply, we are protecting the more privileged at the expense of the more vulnerable with fewer means. If the City Council continues to rely on community misinformation and fear by exaggerating impacts as a way to prevent economically feasible new housing, we are not honoring diversity, equity, and inclusion. Dr. King Jr. envisioned a caring, beloved community based in justice and equality. We have to work harder to take actions that reflect that conscience and compassion in order to create more affordable housing and services as part of the common good. Our community believes in the common good. If we continue death by 1,000 cuts to every housing proposal, we are doing the opposite. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. That was our final speaker, Mayor Du Bois.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. Okay, so we're going to go to council. I'm going to propose that we each speak once for 5 minutes, and then we'll finish this item. We'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll get to the HRC Black and Brown report, and then we'll get to Foothill Park for those that are waiting. We're about 90 minutes behind schedule at this point. So if council members can raise their hand if they'd like to comment on this project. Or we can just move on. All right, Councilmember Koo.
So I'll start. So first I want to just say to Mr. Johnson and to Ms. Scott, thank you so much. And I know there's a third person involved in all of this, and I can't find his name, but thank you. I do want to say thank you so much, for involving the neighbors, for reaching out to them and speaking to them, and also kind of, getting to know the community over there. Your project is, from what it was last time to what it is today, and to take into consideration the daylight planes and how the shadows will affect the neighbors was very considerate of you. And I do have to say that that does have an impression. And at the same time, there is concerns. Oh, one more thing is, you do have it fully parked. Another really nice thing. And then I just want to say that I do have concerns, right? Every time we upzone a piece of property, in this case, multiple parcels, combining it into one, giving a huge, it's a huge upzoning that we're going to be giving. One of the projects that we had, well, I wasn't on council back then, but one of the projects that was upzoned to a PC, 2100 El Camino Real, they had purchased the property in 2018. They recently sold it in December 30th of 2020. And when they purchased it, it was 78,341,000 approximately. That was 2018. When they finally sold it in December of last year, they sold it for 103,600,000. So they walked away with about 25 million and a quarter as profit. That's not too bad. So when we upzone, we do run into some of this cost to land, which increases it substantially. And I have to worry about the affordability factor in this. I like your project. I think you're very well-meaning. I do have to take that into consideration. Then also with, with the amount of BMR that you have proposed, 24, and that would be at the 20% range. Again, this is a big upzoning. I would have liked to see at least 30% and then decrease in your office space. Then of course, there's also still the question about the what somebody brought up in public communications about the numerous fines that were associated with the violation of the code. I do think that we do need to kind of address that and to just kick it down the line, and or I would like to know more about that. And lastly, I do want to say that, somebody also brought up that we kind of look at this as affordable housing, but at the same time, because of the smaller units, but at the same time, 725 Page Mill, that was just completed last year. They are advertising a 1-bedroom, 1-bath, 725 square feet for $3,650 per month, versus an older complex at 765 San Antonio Road that has a 2-bedroom, 1-bath at 946 square feet, and they're renting, the asking price is $2,800. So we might build production, but they're not affordable, and they're smaller. So what happens to families that are looking for housing? But lastly, I also think that, many people brought up zoning. There is a reason why we have zoning in place. And the purpose is to protect and promote public health. There's the safety factor, peace and comfort, convenience, prosperity, and general welfare of the public. So there is zoning that is set in place for a purpose. Every time we change it, it affects somebody. And in the Constitution, everybody deserves equal protection under the law. And so the neighbors here also deserves that. After all, when they purchase their properties, they believe that they're purchasing their single family, and they believe that there is the zoning ordinance in place to protect them. I see Monique. So again, I just want to say thank you. It is a nice project, and you did reach out to the neighbors and worked with the community. So that's a bonus. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to jump in since council's being unusually shy, and I heard you guys raise your hands. I had a quick question. So what is the proposed affordability level for the 23 units?
We have chosen option 1 in the PHZ zoning plan, which is a mix of moderate and low and workforce housing.
Can you give me the breakdown, like how many of each?
We haven't broken it down as granular as that, but we will be constrained by option 1 of the zoning of the PHZ plan. I don't have that in front of me exactly, but it's a mix of low, moderate, and workforce, probably equally split between the 3.
Yeah, is Jonathan laid on? Is that correct?
Yeah, so option 1 was, there were 4 categories, very low, moderate, and the workforce housing, which goes up to 140 AMI. And the way it would be distributed is 5% dedicated to each of those income brackets.
Okay, so equal units. Okay. And then did the 553 feet include solar? I heard you mentioned solar. Is that going to go up even higher, or is that included in that height?
No, the solar can go either on the roofs, flush with the roofs, existing roofs, or within the there's lower sections of the roof that do not have that do not have the 5th floor's roof on top of them.
Right. Okay. I appreciate that as well. So I just want to say, again, I really appreciate you coming back with these changes and being responsive to us. I think this kind of proposal is what we asked for when we talked about this planned housing zone, and doing things like meeting the daylight plane requirements, getting down to 34 feet. I know it's only 50 feet away instead of the 150 feet, and lowering the height, even though you're still over the height limit. This is kind of exactly what we were looking for, I think. I really appreciate also the setbacks to match the R1. I think, again, this is all about context and massing and the transitions. And, I appreciate kind of the responsiveness there. I think trees and the greenscape is going to be very key. We heard from one of the residents concerned about privacy. We've also have issues with our tree canopy in South Palo Alto. So please invest there as you go through the review process with the city in terms of the landscaping plan. So for me, this project is very close. I am supportive of it going forward as an application. You'll need to go through our planning commission and our architecture review board. And I hope we can make some even further improvements as you go through that process. Again, I am also, I guess, pleased to hear you picked option 1 and understanding what that is. We have a 15% affordability requirement. So for these zoning concessions, we're getting 5% additional, but we're actually getting, 5% of very low income, which has been very hard for us to get. Even when we have affordable projects, they tend to be, moderate or even workforce level, which is, above AMI. And then more generally, and this is really more for staff. I mean, I'm generally not supportive of using R1 this way. I think this property is an interesting opportunity because most of it is commercially zoned. But I don't think we should be bringing R1 projects under the PHC. And I think we should be really clear about that. And if there's a question, maybe we should come back to council and be clear about our policy with planned housing zones. But again, I will be supportive of this project from what I've seen so far. I mean, obviously you have to go through the process, but that's where I am. So thank you. All right, I see Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So I concur with much of what Mayor Du Bois just said, that I think that the applicant has been responsive in general so far to the feedback that they received from the council back in October. And I think it's particularly important that they now have the height down to just a few feet over 50 feet. That's still a trade-off that we're looking at in exchange for achieving the housing goals that we have. And I think we all need to recognize that as we've had such challenges meeting housing goals, the new housing incentive plan and the PHC zoning, which is part of our zoning. I've heard that those two elements have been needed to incentivize the housing, and there will be trade-offs associated with those. I do want to emphasize to some of the members of the public who has said that basically this is clear violation of our zoning. No, the PHC is part of the zoning. It is by definition discretionary, modest allowances from the strict formulaic zoning, but it's part of the zoning code. I think it is good that it's fully parked. I think that the transitions to the adjacent R1 homes are extremely important. And can I get a clarification on the present ownership of these two R1 parcels, one that has not been used for R1, apparently for a long while. And then the next one, who owns them currently? Is this something that the applicant has an option on, and are those willing sellers? We're looking at moving that the PC zone, PHC zone, to include what were two parcels that have been designated as R1, one used as R1 and one not. That's an important issue. So I don't know if it's the applicant or Jonathan who can answer that best.
I can take a stab at that. So the site at 470 Olive, that has a commercial building on it, but it is zoned R1. It has not always been zoned R1. It was at one time zoned CS many, many years ago, decades and decades ago. But since then, it had switched to R1, and no one can quite, and Jonathan can correct me on this, no one can quite figure out when that occurred or what happened, but it is now R1. And so the owner, Jessica Agramonte, who is actually here with me tonight, brought it to the attention many years ago to the Palo Alto, and kind of received instructions to, okay, we will let you operate it temporarily as you have been, but that you come back to us with a housing project. And so that's when Jessica and I were introduced and moved forward on that. I don't know if Jessica has, the other, yeah, Pat, did you have?
No, just if I'm on the clock, so the quick version.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so I'll stop there. Then on 456, that's a very unique situation in order to maintain his privacy, won't provide his name, but an individual who is living in a very degraded home that is not up to code, and is frankly doesn't have the funds to maintain the home. So we have been working with him to get him into a different home of equal value or greater value within Palo Alto in the same neighborhood. So that's a specific, unique situation.
Okay, thank you. I think, as others have said, this location is on El Camino. It's near both El Camino's transit and the Caltrain, which is going to have the electrification within a couple of years. Jonathan, can you briefly speak to how this project compares to the housing development on the VTA lot in terms of its FAR and number of floors and any other equivalencies or not?
Yeah, well, the VTA site is smaller, and it was, I think, I think it was 2.0 FAR. It may have been a little bit north of that. The height was about 50 feet as well. And the number of units there was, I'm forgetting the details, but it's somewhere around 50 or so, maybe a little more than that. So comparable in terms of density when you think about size per square foot. Actually, this one is, I think, has more of a transition as that one did not. There was not the sensitive R1 sort of land uses adjacent to it.
And then the other thing that's important for me is how this compares to the tentative alternatives coming out of NVCAP, and those still being fleshed out. But it seems that it is a moderately dense component of housing, but it is almost overwhelmingly housing and not half office, half housing. And that's a plus. So we're getting much higher proportion of housing here.
That's 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll wrap up. And then it's on the El Camino edge, and the El Camino and Page Mill edges were the areas where the greatest density for that project were being preferred. So I think it has those pluses. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Good evening. Welcome back, Mr. Johnson and your team. I find myself in a similar position as I was last time. I think we're going to need to make some choices at the margin, and the margin may be the R1 next door that will be part of the parcel. The margin might be the 4 feet of height. I still appreciate the mix of units. We haven't talked about that very much this evening. I was confident that you all would be able to fix the daylight plane issues, which you have. I appreciate that. I associate myself with, I would say, 95% of the mayor's remarks, to the extent that I think, looking at R1, this is an unusual situation. The staff report addresses the fact there'll be unique challenges with each of the sites. Director Late, let me just make sure I understood the slide you had at the beginning. Are we 942 units short as of 2020 on RENA? That was what it looked like to me. Round numbers. And while you're looking for that, I'll just note that you also mentioned, I think on the same slide, that there are about 1,000 units, prospective units you're discussing.
Yeah, right. So we're about 950 off, give or take a little bit, on from where our target was, where we thought we would be, if you were to sort of do the mathematics on that.
Okay.
And yeah, about 1,000 units. This was back, this was even back in February. So I think our numbers have probably even gone up a little bit since then.
Okay, and while I have you, you might be the right person. So if there are 23 affordable units, and am I right that Wilton Court ran about $750K per door?
That's what I heard.
Okay, so then this project then would be bringing $17 million worth of affordable housing to the community without spending the city's money. Is that an accurate way to interpret this?
Well, it's a lot of money. I mean, I don't know what the math is, and I don't want to do math on the fly, but yeah,
Okay.
I mean, if we were to take that number and multiply it by the number of units, yes, we're getting in exchange for the zoning allowances, more affordable units.
Okay, it sounds like someone's dog agrees with the math. Thank you for that. One thing that hasn't been mentioned is the setback of the 5th floor. I'm not sure I recall that from the time from last version, and that moderates the look and feel. I appreciate that. And then I just want to say that, we heard from Ms. Clark this evening, and people talk often about, who works here. Our biggest employers in Palo Alto are in healthcare, right? All of our top employers are in healthcare. And at a time like this, I think we're definitely interested in making sure that that's affordable. We have affordable housing for people who are pharmacy technicians and respiratory therapists and certified nursing assistants, and the list goes on. And then I wanted to just thank Mr. Reckdahl for his comments. If you sort of integrate all of what's going on with NVCAP, which the Vice Mayor just spoke about, and what's going on at the state level, which Director Late and I just touched on, and where things are headed. I think fundamentally, I'll just repeat what the Mayor said. This is exactly what we asked for. There will be some trade-offs to make. I am supportive of this moving forward, and I'm glad to see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, let me. Well, this is the point that we were anticipating getting to when we started doing a lot of this stuff. I guess I'd back up and say, there's been a lot of discussion about RENA, and HCD and so forth. In my mind, the thing that sticks in my mind is the comp plan, and which Jonathan's been over a couple times this evening. But we thrashed out a comp plan in 2017, 2018. We called for somewhere between 250 and 300 new units a year for the next 12 years. And some people thought that was too little, and other people thought that was too much. But that's what we settled on, and that was the plan. And inherent with that was the notion that we might have to do some things that were different than we were doing before. And a couple of years later, the reason we brought back PHC was a sense that we were not actually on track to hit that number of units. Now, it's a little bit tricky to tell because this stuff doesn't happen overnight, and so at some point you're shooting for a moving target. But that was the purpose of planned home zoning, and the notion that in order to stay on track on the comp plan, we might have to twist the knot a little further. So what we're talking about tonight, I concur that it's within the cosmos of what we had in mind with PHC. Although I'm not sure anybody was thinking about rezoning R1 at that time. You know, there's some things to like about it and some things to not like about it. It's a good location for all the reasons that have been said. It does seem like we're targeting the Ventura neighborhood with Ventura area with a lot of these kinds of things. I think we need to find some other places to do this besides Ventura. But the applicant seems to be pretty serious about working in good faith with the city and the neighborhood, which is important. And you know, I, like everybody else, likes that they took the parking in particular pretty seriously. So I think it's within the cosmos. I could easily wish it were either 1 story shorter or else had 25% affordable instead of just 20. Still interested in looking for creative ways that we might get there, though I recognize that it's challenging. I did have one question. The 120% AMI, is that income limited? Is that how that would work?
When you say income limited, it's tied to AMI, right? The 120?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone, and then Councilmember Tanaka will be last.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I'll try to kind of couch my comments as far as kind of concurring with my fellow colleagues to make my comments a little shorter since I know we're behind on the agenda. First, also want to kind of compliment the applicant on several things that I think are very positive about this project. I really appreciate their desire and ability to respond to the prior council's concerns. I think they've done a lot of good work at scaling down this project to make it to make it a better project for the surrounding neighborhoods. Love that it's fully parked. Happy to see the BMR at 20%. I agree with Councilmember Filseth, the comments that he just made. I'd love to see some creative solutions and more kind of conversations and dialogue with some of the community members to see, is there a possibility to get that BMR up to 20%? Does it pencil out to be able to drop go from 5 stories to 4 stories? I think there's definitely room to work there. It's in a good location near transit along El Camino. I like the idea of the tree screening to protect the privacy of the neighbors. Really appreciate, as I already said, kind of the advocacy of working with neighbors. I would encourage you to not only reach beyond the neighbors who are being directly impacted, but reach out to the Residents Association and other community members, maybe more on the kind of like the peripherals of the neighborhood. I really appreciate what and this is the first time I ever heard of it tonight, what you're doing to work with that particular resident to prevent the displacement from not only the city, but the neighborhood as well. That's something I'd really love to be able to learn more about in the future. I won't take the time tonight, given our delay on the agenda. I concur with Councilmember Koo as far as my concerns about what upzoning means on the subsequent impact on land value and future housing prices. I think that's always a concern when we're giving into various variances, and what does that mean then to maybe other projects that are in the pipeline? Are developers kind of holding back to kind of see what council does and see how much they can kind of get out of us? We do need to make sure that we are negotiating well on behalf of the community to make sure we can get the best public benefit, which to me here is the affordable housing. So again, I'd love to be able to see that the BMR increase from 20% if that's possible. Mayor Du Bois, I agree with most of your comments as well. I agree that I think this project is very, very close, but it does need to be further revised. I agree with Mr. Rechtel, who made comments earlier too, saying that it'd be nice to see what is this project able to accomplish with kind of further conversations with community members, as well as going through the PTC and ARB process. Also agree, let's try to avoid these projects in R1 zones in the future. I think having consistency for our residents and for them to know that their R1 zoning is also not going to be threatened. But I think a big part of this kind of comes down to making sure that we are revising our housing policies moving into the future to have some more objective guidelines for what it is that we're trying to accomplish. I agree what Vice Mayor Burt said as far as this is within our zoning. I mean, the PHZ does provide us the ability to be able to have these negotiations with applicants and to be able to get the best community benefit out of it. But I think it would just be more beneficial for the entire community if we can really specify what it is, what type of concessions that we're willing to give, and to just have clearer guidelines. Fortunately, item number 5 tonight, which got pushed back to the end of the agenda, we're going to kind of start talking about getting to that point of updating the housing element. I think this is going to be one of those areas where we really need to have those clearer guidelines. And to second what Councilmember Philsip just said as well, I am concerned about disproportionate impacts on Ventura and that neighborhood. We know there are also several proposed projects that are going to be coming down the pipe along El Camino. And so, none of this exists within a vacuum. I think it's really important that council is considering additional projects as well to make sure that we are to try to kind of spread out the impacts in the various neighborhoods as far as traffic and parking overflow, parkland access, et cetera. So that's going to be key as well. And let me see if there's anything else in my notes that I missed. Yeah, and sorry, and also just kind of follow up on concerns about this project interfering with the current NVCAP process. I thought there were some good comments by some of the public speakers today. On that, we already know that there's another pre-submittal application for the 85 units of housing at 340 Portage that's being submitted. And so we're already starting to see some projects kind of come online here in the NVCAP. And I don't want to, I'm worried about sort of this kind of patchwork solution to what was intended to be a really coordinated effort to make sure that we have a master plan in that neighborhood. And I'm just worried, does this chip away at that, and does this interfere with NVCAP's the great work that they've been doing over the past couple of years? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Stone. Councilmember Tanaka, do you want to make some comments?
I'll be brief. So first, I want to thank the neighbors and residents who came out and spoke and attended and stayed involved in this process. Also, thanks to the applicant for coming forward and trying to move this along. I really especially appreciate the reach out you guys did to the neighborhood and trying to really understand different perspectives. And of course, staff in terms of your work and trying to move this along. So my opinion really hasn't changed a whole lot from last time. I would of course love to see smaller units because I think they're inherently more affordable. But I like how the office and retail are against the first floor traffic. I think that's actually a good thing to do. But like most of the people, most of my colleagues, I agree this should go through the process. So thank you for your work, and look forward to seeing it again.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to propose we take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back here at 8:23, and we will start with the HRC Commission's report. And then again, for people that join late, given the items we have tonight, we have pushed item number 4, which was the COVID budget amendments, to the next meeting. And we've moved the formation of the working group discussion to be the last item tonight. Depending how late it is, we may or may not take that one up. So let's take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back. Thanks. And once I see a quorum, we'll start with the next item. Okay, I see at least 5 of us. Okay, so this next item is another study session. It's a report from our Human Relations Commission on Black and Brown Palo Alto, history and current experience. Does staff have a report, or are we going right to the HRC?
I believe we're going directly to HRC to hear their report.
Okay, so Reverend Coloma Smith, are you going to take it away? You're muted if you're speaking.
Thank you. If staff could please put the slides on the screen for me. Okay. I'll start. This report is by the Human Relations Commission. We're grateful for the work of the entire team that put this together. The title of this report is Black and Brown Palo Alto History and Current Experience.
Let me do a quick technical check here. Jessica, are you able to bring it up? If not, I can.
You are not seeing it, Mr.
No, we're not.
Shibata?
No. Oh, Renko,
Okay.
will you be driving?
I
Yes.
was driving and I thought I had it up, so just hold on 1 minute.
Thank you. There we go.
If Nellie does so, then she will have to,
If we can go to the table of contents, Nellie. Okay, so we've to make this easily digestible, we have broken down this thing into 4 simple parts: the background, the contemporary lived experience, themes observed, and recommendations. The one thing I will say to give a preface on this report is that we were shocked where the data led us, and it was very intriguing to hear the real and lived experiences of those in our community. Next slide, please. Last June, the City Council affirmed Black Lives Matters, committed to address systemic racism, and then they directed us to do 2 things. They can't wait, and then do the history of Black and Brown and current lived situation. So this is the second part of the June 15th request that council gave to us, and to meet the national tempo that was happening around Black Lives Matter at the time, which has been reignited in recent days. Next slide, please. All right. I want to give you some context. The history and the current experience of local racism was sourced from literature and news reports and data from the past. But this is where we spent a lot of our time. We did the personal lived experiences, and we got these from several different places. At Palo Alto Speaks, a city online forum, the June 2020 protests and demonstrations, which you actually have the transcripts of the actual speeches given at the Juneteenth event, which was 7 individuals sharing their lived experience with the city, others from the other marches, along with the youth rising up, Can Gen Z lead on social change panel. We also held public forums, the police reform, A Can't Wait, and bearing witnesses to Black and Brown experiences in Palo Alto, which we received another 40 or so responses on this. So we went deep and wide and looked for as many different places and opportunities to hear this. So as I'm speaking, I want us to realize that these are real people. These are not opinions and thoughts. These are their lived experiences. This is what they experience every day going through Palo Alto, and the deep impact it has on them. So next slide, please. Okay, so personal lived experience. You know, one of the things that I've been in Palo Alto for 8 years, and we often talk about the challenges around Black and Brown community, and we often default to East Palo Alto and policing. This gentleman right here is a successful businessman in our city. He has the education, he has the capital and capacity. He is a homeowner, multimillionaire. He has it all as far as all the boxes checked. The only thing that is different from a lot of people in Palo Alto is that he is Black. And this is his public words. He said, "Good afternoon, everybody. Let's not fool ourselves. There's not only inequality, there's inequity within our system. And it's systemic, and many of you have never really even thought about that. I thank you for the fact that you are here today. It's a great first step, but the reality, it's not enough. It's only beginning. The fact is, starting back in the 70s as a kid in these schools, I experienced many of those same things, and it's angering and frustrating to hear that all the crap still happens today. We say that this place is special, and in many ways it is, but everybody needs to actually actively acknowledge and understand the abuse that Black people have withstood for years and years, including today. You need to be mindful and aware and observant of the microaggressions and the flat out overt discrimination that you witness. You need to be willing to step in and intervene and say something. The themes that we've seen that were so eloquently said by this gentleman is it's persistent. We've been doing this a long time and we still haven't got it done. It's consistent. It's the daily microaggressions that hurt. In diversity, equity, and inclusion language and speak today, they're adding belonging to the end of that section. It's now diversity, inclusion, equity, and belonging. And because of the level of microaggressions that we experience in the city, a lot of our Black population feel like they don't belong because of the daily microaggressions. Positive role models. Young people don't have positive role models in their curriculum or around town. And housing denied. Awareness of de jure discrimination limit access to housing, as well as evidence of de facto discrimination. As we watch neighborhoods in Ventura and in other parts of the city that were historically Black communities be sold for millions of dollars and no allowance for new people to move into the city, it becomes very disturbing and dramatic. Next slide, please. Okay, persistent. We've been at this for some time and we still don't get it done. There was one Black student in the freshman class in 1891 at Stanford. Jane Stanford advocated for that student. In 1960, there were 2 entries. Campus activism in the 1960s changed the status quo on campus and in our town. But if we really look at our city today, Black or African American is 1.8% of the city. Percentage in California is 6.5%, and percentage in the US is 13.4%. Hispanic, 5.6% in our city. In California, 39.4%. So we actually have to go out of our way not to have a Hispanic population in California. And 18.5% in the US. These numbers alone indicate that there's something systemic and almost intentional in how our city is populated and how the rules that govern us are. You don't end up with numbers like this in one of the most beautiful areas of the country with great natural resources, with amazing neighborhoods and amazing schools, and end up with that disparity and population. Next slide, please. Okay, it's persistent. We have on this slide, and I love this slide, is because we can see I'll leave the US history out of it. 1890, Mayfield residents urged to buy property to prevent Negro influx. 1920, African Americans excluded from housing market. KKK chapter exists in the city of Palo Alto. 1950, Joseph Eichler objects to racial discrimination, sells homes in his developments to minority. Stanford comes through civil rights era with increased support of Black students. Escalation of vandalism in 2020, we see an escalation of vandalism and or hate crimes. Or commission has currently collected 18 incidences within 1 calendar year in our city of various hate-based incidences. Next slide, please. Consistent aggression. It is often not the big blow that take people out. It is the constant cuts that will scrape at a person's humanity, that will drain a person's humanity, that will say, this is not the place that I belong to. I want to share some stories here. I go to the grocery store, and when I get to the checkout lane, I try to perform the part of a white person. So they don't ask me for my ID. They didn't ask the white person in front of me for their ID. Imagine every time going to the grocery store and having that thought process. I'm a lawyer. I went to Stanford Law School. I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do to be successful and move forward. And at the time, it didn't matter. All they saw were 3 Black people. 2 or 3 cops ordered me at gunpoint to stand against the wall. The assumption of guilt. This is how you're seen before they find out who you are. Next slide, please. Some run to a HBCU to be part of something. This one just says it best. I'm different. It hurts. I was followed around stores at the Stanford Mall and racially profiled around church grounds. This is a lady talking about, a Latino lady talking about her experience at a church locally. Being looked at suspiciously whenever I walked around by myself. When I got into college, I felt I had to wear my school sweatshirt all the time in Menlo Park / Palo Alto area so as to preemptively defy any negative stereotypes people who would have of me as I moved through a predominantly white space as a Latina woman. Imagine having to put on armor and clothes to state something just to be in a space. Me too. I spent a lot of money in that store and they follow me around. That's not right. It's interesting. I talked to 2 ladies this week, and one lady described going to a store in the Stanford Mall, and the lady said, "What do you need in this store?" Another lady described to me how she was rushed out of a store as she was trying to purchase something. Next slide. It was a pretextual stop. He, my friend, felt deflated, embarrassed, unwelcome. And I wanted to know where in that officer's timesheet that prefectural stop of this person of color was recorded. Does he have a string of this? Is this his pattern? Because unless we start recording this kind of thing, unless we start using it as evaluation, it just isn't going to quit. That's one of the questions I would like to understand. Or boys. Imagine a mother writing this. Our boys, especially, were stopped all the time. The first question was always, get out of the car. Where did you steal it from? The police told them their rule was to stop people who look like they don't belong. So I guess we look like we don't belong. My family has property in the city for almost 100 years, but has always felt that Palo Alto police treat us like invaders who don't belong. Routinely, Palo Alto police see us driving and immediately make a U-turn to pull us over. They have searched our vehicles and detained us for extended periods of time, all without cause. Next slide, please. Repeated assumption of guilt. It just piles up and piles up. It's harder if you're Black and you live in a city that counts itself as being liberal, mostly white, where people don't get it or are in denial and don't understand. The police officer was so hostile to him. The assumption is that all Black people carry guns, especially Black men. This one hurt. When I see Black Lives Matter signs in people's yards and in their windows in Palo Alto, it seems like a total contradiction. If people do a double take and act as though they are afraid when they see a man, woman, or child of African American descent. Next slide, please. Somehow, the image I had of America was of an open-minded liberal people, the land of immigrants and opportunity. Then I was faced with an attitude of exclusiveness and prejudice. I just hope that other newcomers who are joining this community will not assume that they're excluded because of their personality, but this is the culture of the society here. Assuming otherwise is damaging their self-esteem, causing depression. If parents would know of the prejudice and exclusiveness of the American culture, it would avoid all the disappointment, heartbroken, and humiliation. I wave hello and smile, and folks look directly at me and either keep walking with a blank stare, check their phones, pretend they can't hear me through their earphones, or even worse, and very painfully and insultingly, cross the street. I've gotten a lot of suspicious looks, tugging on purse strings in coffee shops, screwed up faces, turned up noses, and shopping carts pushed into the back of my legs. I've been followed when walking or jogging my neighborhood here in Pali, and it has been very scary and unsettling. I noticed that this kind of behavior isn't directed towards certain racial groups, but only towards Blacks. Next slide. I also hope that when we finish social distancing, that people will figure out how to stop self-isolating, stop judging people negatively, and learn how to show more love and kindness overall. I met a few folks who've been kind, but the experience of being Black in Palo Alto has been cloaked in a blanket of racial tension that feels oppressive, as though being Black quietly isn't really accepted or valued in this town. I've never felt so marginalized in my life. Feel I'm alone in this, feel criminalized when I go outside, when I leave my house. I'm just a Black man. No matter how educated I am, no matter I am a senior in college. I worked tirelessly to assimilate into the dominant culture and downplay my status as a minority, going into debt to look the part and acting in ways that minimize the likelihood that people would scrutinize me for not belonging. I consider myself a proud brown woman and mother of a wonderful child. Like everywhere, implicit bias exists in Palo Alto. I remember going to parks and to drop off my daughter at a friend's house where some people thought I was the help. I always brush it off with ignorance. Since the Black Lives Matter movement, it made me realize how my own entire life I felt insignificant and was never enough. Next slide, please. Like everywhere, implicit bias exists in Palo Alto. I remember going to a local school, parent party, parks, and to drop off my daughter at a friend's house for a play date, where some people, including their children, thought I was the help. I always brushed it off as ignorance. And since I already read that. As a Latino woman, I really do feel like growing up in an area such as Menlo Park, Palo Alto, where most everyone around me was white and far wealthier than my family, will ever be let will ever be led me to have a complex about being Latina in a predominantly white society. I work tirelessly to assimilate into the dominant culture and downplay my status as a minority. Next slide. That was painful for me to read that. Somebody once shared with me, you don't correct instances, you correct patterns. What we clearly have here, and with another 20 pages of notes and people's lived experiences in our city, is we have a city where people of color don't feel like they belong. No matter their economic position, no matter their position in corporate spaces or academic spaces. Let's continue. Positive role models absent. Parents asked where and how would people of color be included in the list of American artists. The teacher responded with anger. Representation matters. Mentorship programs like the Big Homie Project let kids see someone like them. Mentors push them and make their dreams come true. In school, the only thing I'm being taught about myself is slavery. Nothing positive about myself. Next page. So let's talk about housing a little bit. The Palo Alto Real Estate Board president, most of the minorities groups do not want to live in the sections where they're not wanted. That's 1942, in response to the US Supreme Court ruling against housing covenants. Ronald Reagan said, if an individual wants to discriminate against or others in selling or renting his home, it is his right to do so. President Lyndon B. Johnson, signing the Voting Rights Act of 1965, said, today's what is perhaps the last of the legal barriers tumbling. There will be many actions and many difficulties, but for the rights woven into law, and this is the critical part, are also woven into the fabric of our nation. But the struggle for equality must move forward towards a different battlefield. Next slide, please. Exclusionary zoning is unconstitutional. Next slide. We give a history of how our housing ended up and the fact that the basis of not having black or brown folks in Palo Alto is not a new issue. It has been rooted in cycles that have gone before it, and how our housing laws and how we do things actually is a pattern. What we're dealing with today, as far as housing, it's just a repeat of what we've always done. Next slide, please. Recommendation. Okay, so, you know, we sent policy recommendations with It Can't Wait and policing before, and we're going to send something in the next few weeks around policy recommendations around the hate crime issues that we have seen a pattern with. But the thing that stumped me the most was this, how does policy modify behavior? What seemed to be interesting to me is if we got a perfect police department and we had perfect housing, would that make it a perfect community for Black and brown folks? Would they still not feel all of the microaggressions and the challenges in the culture in our city? So this is what the HRC wants to do. And I debated this before. The HRC will equip the community for grassroots change and leveraging community. The HRC will partner with 100 community leaders to lead community circles in the next month. Let me tell you what the community circles will not be. We need leaders like you on the city council to sit with your circle of influence and have real conversations around race. I think the days of the Black citizenry of Palo Alto to explain race issues to others, it's tiring, it's traumatic, But we need to have serious conversations because there is something profoundly, there is a profound issue around race in Palo Alto that is being clearly felt by segments of our population. And this is why you asked us to do this report. What we want to do is the formation of these 100 community groups are to start having honest conversations with our Asian and white and Indian and others and Latino, and having honest conversation about what race looks like, what actions mean, and how it impacts others. Because it would be there needs to be a change at a fundamental and grassroots level. If you make a policy today, does that change somebody from grabbing their purse on the street? Does that change somebody from following somebody around? Does that change somebody from when they see a Black person in the store, or a Latino person in the store, assuming they're to help? All right. The HRC will facilitate the formation of 100 community groups to meet and discuss issues of race and belonging over the next 24 months. The HRC will compile a report and findings from community conversations over the next 26 months. This is the thing. If we don't start making a change, we're going to have to look at other tactics. We can't continue to go on this jump. This report is not going to be a report on data and statistics. This is going to be, have we been successful? Has this made an impact? Have we shifted any of the community attitudes? If we go back and poll and have anonymous avenues for the Black and brown community in the city, would there be a difference in tone? And if not, how do we move forward? The HRC asks the council and the community to commit to make this a moment, a pivot point, and commit to be a model of diversity, inclusion, equity, and most importantly, which I think is the job of a city, is a place to belong. Thank you.
Thank you. So I really appreciate that presentation. We're going to go to members of the public. Again, I would ask if you want to speak, please raise your hand now. And we'll see how many people want to speak. And again, it is 8:52. And so we are going to have people raise their hands for the next 5 minutes. At 8:57, if you have your hand up, you'll be able to speak. Otherwise, we're going to cut it off at that point. So right now I see only 5 people. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Okay, so City Clerk, let's go ahead. Let's do 2 minutes a speaker. And again, let's cut it off about 8:57, 8:58. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Our first speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Deborah Simon. And then Raven Malone. Aram, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, I think this is worthy of 3, but in any event, I read the report by the HRC twice over the weekend, the 49 pages, and it draws a straight line from the beginning of the system, city, to today of outrageous racist behavior. The Ku Klux Klan was here until to the late 40s. The Chamber of Commerce supported segregation. Maybe they owe the Black members of this community an apology. And then, of course, I read Martin Luther King's letter from the Birmingham jail this weekend, and he talks a lot about, moderate right whites. And in fact, I sent you a piece today called Martin Luther King and the Polite Racism of White Liberals. I would add that to my little talk here for you all to read. But Martin Luther King said in lots of different ways, an unjust law is no law at all. So your patterns of segregation, educational exclusion, they are all unjust laws. They need to be remedied. Zach Perone, an unjust law was the ordinance that the city manager, the police chief, the city attorney all allowed to happen. So that report of an allegedly vile attack a hate crime on a black officer by a white officer has been buried in to this day. In a black community, I doubt very seriously whether that wouldn't have already been handled. You guys have now buried in the Policies and Service Commission whether we're going to ever send internal reports back to the IPA so they can be disclosed. That is a dirty stain over the city. You must talk about Zach Perone. You must speak truth. We can't remove the taint of racism when we have it embedded in our police department. And you folks on the city council, with rare exception, don't want to talk about it. You excuse it. It's time to come clean, folks.
Thank you, Aaron. Our next speaker is Raven Malone, to be followed by Kevin Ma and then Rebecca Eisenberg. Raven, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Raven Malone. I previously ran for city council and I was the only Black candidate who ran. While running, I faced quite a few racism. I was only referred to as a Black Lives Matter activist by the media, while other candidates were referenced by their professional or political titles. Even though I'm an engineer with a master's degree, not to mention I wasn't the only person running who fought for social justice, and I wasn't even that vocal about it. For instance, Greg Gerstone consistently referred to himself as a social justice advocate. Even though we have different opinions on the police, he seems to feel like they're only a few bad apples, even though we have police officers who've been promoted after making racist comments and police officers who are still on our force who have used excessive force on Black and brown citizens. I was also referred to as articulate in a paper by the Mercury, and they later wrote an article saying that I was the Black Lives Matter activist whose platform was squarely based on police reform, even though I didn't do an interview with them because they never called me. A lawn sign of mine was covered with a White Lives Matter sign. And although another candidate who also speaks out about social justice, their lawn sign was across the street and it wasn't touched. I was asked during a public forum by the Rotary Club about my ability to comprehend Palo Alto, not to mention all the times that people assumed that I was referring to East Palo Alto when I said that I lived in Palo Alto. When Black and brown people speak out about feeling unwelcome, we're told that we can leave. We as Palo Altans have to stop trying to pretend like racism doesn't exist here or silencing Black and brown people when we speak out about it. Even one of the council members, the new council members, was upset that I spoke out about my lawn sign. If calling out racism bothers you, I would consider self-reflecting to figure out why you feel that racism should still be deemed acceptable in today's society. Thank you.
Thank you, Raven. Our next speaker is Kevin Ma, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg, and then phone caller with the last three digits of 726. At this time, we will no longer be taking any more requests to speak. Our last speaker will be Maura Oman. Kevin, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Evening again, City Council. Kevin Ma, renter in the Ventura neighborhood. As the recommendation says, the HRC asks the council and the community to commit to make a moment for a pivot point and commit to be a model for diversity, inclusion, equity, and belonging. It means it's on you to also make changes. We cannot just have another 2 years of just purely discussion when we could be making changes now. It's as the old adage goes, justice delayed is justice denied, and we've been denying a lot of justice for a long time in the city. And we also recognize that racism doesn't have to be, explicitly racist. It could be something that seems neutral, but affects things in a racial impact. That's called disparate impact. And that ranges from things like housing to general policing. Like, we all know that if you give power to be discretionary, discretionary enforcement does expose a lot of biases, as we see with the multiple lawsuits we've had in the city over our police department, over various things we've done. Not necessarily Black people, but it is very much there is definitely a racial tinge to that. We've also seen that a bit with this discussion about the virus and the general media about that. But for tonight, the City Council should take into account racial justice as it goes forward with its budget process. I know the budget's going to be tight, but a budget is a reflection of what a city and the council desires the city to be like. We will need to put financial resources to make sure that things like our police department can be held under control, that mental health care resources are done, that wage protections are enforced, that housing is provided to members of our community. And that can't just be a resolution. That action, we actually do need to see action on that. And I'll say good luck for that. So yeah.
Thank you, Kevin. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by phone caller 726 and then Dixie B. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Here we are, a mostly lower caste, CASTE, group of residents pleading our case to the almost entirely dominant caste individuals that serve an elected office. This is your 2021, and it's shameful even that this is happening. What is, as we should be more inclusive by now, we should be more representative by now. One of the most telling and I think really important observations that Reverend Smith made in his extremely compelling presentation of a very important and well-written report is that the way that the city government leadership and power structure exists, it's as if you all have purposely intended to keep Latinx individuals out of leadership, or intended to keep African Americans silenced, which I really truly want to believe you did not intend to do. So I will continue to be optimistic on that point. But here's the thing. What you're asked to do in this agenda item is you're asked to accept or reject a presentation that describes the experience of individuals whose lives are extremely different from yours and whose situations you can't possibly have experienced firsthand. I'm saying this in that rejecting this report should not even be an option to you. You must accept it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is phone caller 726, to be followed by Dixie B and then Rohan Ghosh. Phone caller, go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, hi. This is Cleveland Kennard. I've grown up in the Palo Alto, and I'm a Black African American. And I don't know if you guys remember me. I lived here. I'm 52. But I grew up in the days when June Fleming and Pat Dwyer and I had the Palo Alto police tell me they were the Ku Klux Klan. Several officers on 3 different occasions. I've had them try to plant, these are the crack days, crack on me, and basically try to just kill you. You can only imagine if they tell you that I've not lost my license for 6 years, and they admitted it. The city of Palo Alto, we admit it. They admit it that, yeah, we fucked you, but we're not going to help you unless you have, afford an attorney. Unless you can get an attorney, you lose. And they knew that they did that. Black people have been terrorized in Palo Alto. And I'm one to let you know. My father was a fireman in Palo Alto for 20 years, so I know Palo Alto police very well. I have a business called Palo Alto Construction and Landscape. I've been handcuffed to telephone poles in the rain while the police sit in their cars eating donuts and laughing, only to go to the city council, the city human relation, Mr. McAtee, the Santa Clara County Human Relations Commissioner, only for them to, if it means that we listen to you before we put in a street lamp, then you won't be listened to, right? Then they never did. They never helped me, ever. They cost me my license for 6 years, driver's license. And they admitted it. City of Palo Alto said, yeah, we admit it. Yup, our police officers lied because you're black. But unless you got a lawyer, we're not going to do anything for you. So I really got kind of cheated out of my life living in Palo Alto. Wow. And Black Lives Matter, I sell Black Lives Matter shirts. So other than that, what does the city of Palo Alto got for me? Besides, I'm not a millionaire. I drink the same water, so I'm not actually stupid. But I grew up in this town.
Cleveland, your 2 minutes are up if you want to sum up.
Oh, go ahead. I'm listening.
No, you need to sum up. Your 2 minutes are up.
Oh, okay. Well, my 2 minutes are up about 25 years ago, too. But I'm just hoping that they can actually drop me off a dime. Since they destroyed my life and my children's life, maybe these billionaires and these millionaires who lived off of the stripe of my tears can help us out.
Thank you, Cleveland. Our next speaker is Dixie B, to be followed by Sunita De Terrell, and our final speaker, Lauren Bigelow. Dixie, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Dixie Blumenshine, and I have paid attention to how Palo Alto PD spend their time and money for a little bit of time now, and what other cities have in place to limit interactions between police and citizens and make law enforcement and public safety a matter of cooperation and community safety instead of authoritative and oppressive. As a result, I'm calling in tonight to urge the Palo Alto City Council to consider making traffic and parking patrols, as well as mental wellness checks, civilian-run city services, rather than having PAPD remain responsible for them. Reasonable real-life examples of those departments becoming civilian ones exist, such as Berkeley's newly designed and voted in Berkeley Department of Transportation, which puts traffic enforcement in the hands of trained civilians and focuses on public safety and reduces the need for citizens to interact with police officers, which makes marginalized members of our community safer. Traffic and parking calls accounted for 28.2% of calls to PAPD in 2019, and conversion of this service to a civilian department offers many opportunities for budget reduction. Similarly, Eugene, Oregon's Cahoots offers a model of civilianization of mental health wellness checks, and San Mateo County has a similar program that's made leeway in reimagining mental health checks. In Palo Alto, wellness checks have made up 13.9% of calls to PAPD in 2019, and these are opportunities to both make changes to the next fiscal year's budget and take incredibly meaningful, much-needed steps to protect Black and Brown and other marginalized peoples in our own community. Reverend Smith shared earlier many examples and stories from Black people in our community and facing oppressive and threatening racism right here from cops. This is a chance to change a pattern and to reduce the chances of Black people in our community facing racism and aggression. I urge you to consider civilianizing both the Traffic and Parking Division and the wellness check services from PAPD for better community health, and to make public safety truly focused on safety, not on punishment or risk-creating interactions.
Thank you, Dixie. Our next speaker is Sunita De Terrell, and our final speaker, Lauren Bigelow. Sunita, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm the most recent addition to the Human Relations Commission, and I want to thank the chair and vice chair for this important report and for the whole commission for their work. I joined the HRC after this report was underway, but I'm speaking tonight to express my support. I think that a key thing that Chair Coloma is pointing to is the importance of the sense of belonging. Over the past year, we've seen locally, nationally, and internationally tremendous support and an awakening to the toxic, exclusive, hateful effects of white male supremacy. I think that folks living in Palo Alto want to be welcoming, want people to feel that they belong. And as Chair Smith emphasizes, changing policies, condemning hate-based incidents, creating a community that is flourishing, not fear-based, a community that is welcoming and truly celebratory of diversity. This takes time, and changing policies and creating teams like the report is suggesting is only the first step. and we need to get started. If we want folks to feel welcome, for our community to stop fearing African Americans and people of color, this takes deep work. I fully support the HRC's recommendations. I'm ready to roll up my sleeves to get to work, both as a commissioner and as a Palo Alton, to help make this community more welcoming to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunita. And our final speaker is Lauren Bigelow. Lauren, go ahead.
Good evening, council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. Before I say anything else, I want to say how deeply I appreciate the work that the HRC has done with this outreach and report, particularly given how difficult it was for Pastor Smith to read those 21 slides. So in the spirit of transparency, I will say that my name is Lauren Bigelow, and I am the Partnership for the Bay's Future Fellow in the City of Palo Alto, but I am also a Menlo Park resident and housing commissioner, and previously I worked for 4 years with Alta Housing. The reason I mention all of these things is because I want you to understand how seriously I take housing and equity issues in our community. Racial equity and housing issues are deeply linked, as that good pastor mentioned. And if we want to make real change in our community, we have to make strides with our housing and with how we treat each other. So I absolutely support the findings of the HRC report and look forward to working with the City of Palo Alto on realizing some of them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lauren. And that's our final speaker.
All right, thank you to all the public speakers. We'll bring it back to council for comments. Any council members like to say anything? Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Thank you to Reverend Smith and Vice Chair Stinger, as well as the entire Human Relations Commission for putting together this report. I think that the stories that you were able to bring to life for residents are so critical for us to be able to kind of understand that real human impact of discrimination and those both micro and macro aggressions that occur in a community. And I've grown up here most of my life. I remember in high school, I had a very diverse group of friends, and I remember we were walking around, I think, Old Palo Alto sometime, 10, 11 o'clock at night on a Friday evening, and we got pulled over by a police officer, and I think about 3 or 4 other police officers showed up and immediately started focusing on my friends of color. And one in particular they were focusing on, he's a Pakistani. And I remember speaking up and trying to answer one of the questions that the police officer posed. And he immediately cut me off and he said, are you his attorney? Let him speak. And I just remember thinking at that time that interaction did not fit well with me. I mean, my father was a police officer. I've always grown up with a deep respect and appreciation and feeling safe around police officers. And that was one of the first times in my life where I recognized that white privilege. Of course, I didn't understand it at the time. I just remember realizing that didn't feel right. And of course, as I've kind of progressed in my career and working on the Human Relations Commission myself and the Human Rights Commission with the county, that these are really pervasive, difficult issues. And my wife is Latina. She was born in Mexico. She grew up in Hayward. And I was kind of discussing this report with her the other night, and she was talking to me about her experiences as well. And one of the things that she kind of confided in me that really kind of just struck me, and I started thinking back on some of our interactions when we went out, and it all kind of made sense. Where she explained to me that when she goes to the mall, when she goes to the Stanford Mall, she oftentimes needs to dress a certain way, kind of like pull out her nicer bags or clothes, so that when she enters a store, she's not met with suspicious gazes. And again, something I've never experienced myself. And so those are, I think, really powerful, important stories that people need to be able to share, to be able to get out. So of course, I'm going to be very happy to accept this report. I think it's an important report. I do have a couple of questions regarding kind of your next items, and just wanting to make sure that kind of our next steps are really kind of moving the needle in the way that we need to do it. And so I'm just a little lost on kind of what these community roundtable meetings are going to entail. Chair Smith, you talked about having 100 community leaders coming from not only council members, but elsewhere in the community. So if you could provide a little more feedback on where you plan to kind of get those leaders, how are these events going to be spread out across the city, how these meetings are going to be structured. Like, really, is the hope more of kind of like community healing and understanding and an opportunity to be able to share these important stories? Or is it more kind of data gathering for another report in the future? Because what I really just don't want to have is us to continue to kind of kick the can down the road and 2 years kind of just come back with another similar report, because I'd imagine we'll continue to hear similar stories like this. So I just want to make sure that your time is really being spent effectively to be able to get at the heart of these matters and to be able to make a positive impact for our community.
Vice Chair, do you want to take it or should I take it? I'll take it. Okay. So a few things. One of the things that I'm absolutely clear on, and I think that Lyndon Johnson quote so specifically stated was, there are policy things we have to do as a city, and police reform and all of that, super critical. And I know that HRC has brought stuff and you guys are working on it, and there needs to be significant change there. The problem is that we can't, and this was the challenge that we had. We can't legislate behavior. We don't have the ability, we don't have the capacity. But what we can do is I know you have a group that you have influence over. I know Vice Mayor Burke has, and Mayor Du Bois has, and City Manager Sakata has people that you have influence over, that you can do groups and start talking. We provide the curriculum for that, because this is how we start changing. I had an interesting thing. I was sitting with the white evangelical pastor on Zoom the other day, and he said, and he grew up in Half Moon Bay, pastors in the city, and he said, I didn't realize what I didn't know about microaggressions and systemic racism until I went through the process of having discussions. We throw a lot of these words around, and there are people in our peer groups that have no idea what they mean and how their behavior impacts others. So there are those that are on the fringe of 20%, and no matter what we do, they're never going to ever change their behavior and attitude. But I want to focus on the 60% in the middle to say, let's have a discussion. The other thing is, I'm an immigrant, born in Jamaica, came here when I was 11. I'm well aware that the American context of race and relation does not always translate the best to immigrant communities. And that's a whole different discussion. And given that we are 34% Asian and we have a high immigrant population, there needs to be a different discussion there. So we're trying to build this community around these things, because that's where it is. Because if you have people that are on the city council, you have people that are pastors, you have people that are rabbis, you have people that lead the Parents Teachers Association or the parents groups that are influencers in their own sphere, you start exponentially spreading information to places that would never go before.
So is the idea just kind of more informal conversations with our own circles that we're kind of...
We are structuring the conversation. We will provide leader packets. And Vice Chair Stenger, do you have some things Say in response to that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I guess I would like to add just a little bit. I began this or thinking about it, and I wanted a policy recommendation, and I wanted lots of detail. But as I started going through the history, I thought, well, we've had housing movements, we've had fair housing agencies, up housing thoughts, we've had proposals, and they haven't taken. It's because we don't have enough a foundation of understanding the issues. And that's what we want to achieve in these circles, is a momentum to support the policy issues.
That's 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois, Pastor Smith, Commissioner Stinger. Such personal stories you brought to us. And even, having been at some of the occasions and heard the speeches, even having read one of the books from the excerpt, each time it's painful. And I appreciate you bringing this to us and to the entire community. Absolutely, this is about belonging. As I read through this and I saw the things that were italicized, and I thought about a few stories I'm about to tell you, it really did feel to me like, who belongs here in Palo Alto? And what can we do? And so when we get to the parts of the discussions that, people want to do something, and there are stories in here in Appendix 4, page 13. A white woman came out of her house to ask if everything was okay. There are examples of what we can do to make our whole community better. I think having these conversations with nearby neighbors, as opposed to just circles of influence, might be helpful. There's just been a few incidents lately, and I've seen comments from people in social media saying, well, we should keep an eye out, for people who look like they don't belong, out of an interest in, making sure that, the neighbor's kid's bike wasn't stolen. But that's kind of exactly what we need to talk about, who does belong here. So microaggressions, I think, is something we'll all need to help educate people about. They happen pretty frequently. I'll just say personally, I hope that we can have gender as part of this discussion and not just race. There are examples of that quite frequently. One thing that's really relevant to our community is that, and thank you for the information on slide 7, Stanford's undergrads are significantly more diverse than the people who live in Palo Alto. And they're part of our community, and they come in and out. And I don't know that, I think that's something we need to keep in mind. I just want to share a story about, we had a person live with us for a few months last year. And this person had lived with us before, a couple of years before, kind of like part of the family. And she was walking our dog, and our dog is 12 years old. And a neighbor said, "Oh, that looks like Emma." And she said, "It is Emma." And he's like, "That's not Emma." And she's like, "Yeah, it's Emma." He was surprised to see a dog he's seen like practically every week. And that's because the person walking her doesn't look like me. And so, and I was kind of shocked when she told me that story. And I probably haven't done what I need to do to close the loop there. So that's an example of the kind of thing that I hope in these discussions, we figure out how to help talk to people about these things that can be really uncomfortable. And I'm sure, the person didn't mean anything. They were surprised because that wasn't the person they expected to see. It happened with someone in the city delivering something to my house that has my name and my address on it. And when she opened the door, the person said, "Does Allison still live here?" Yeah, the label is on there. I still live here. It would have been updated. So these are examples that happened to me and our family last year after George Floyd. And I'm looking for ways to help people, myself included, do better. And I think having these conversations is really important because what we have to do is try to change hearts and minds. And listening to these stories, I hope will help people understand that the experience of Black and Brown people in our community needs to be improved. So let me just see if I had anything else I wanted. to mention on this. I do think having the conversations with the immediate community, literally like sort of block by block, might have some real benefits because people see each other every day, especially now when nobody goes anywhere else. So thank you to all the people who are willing to tell their stories. I know it's painful, but it's going to help us all do better.
Thank you for that. I'll jump in since nobody has their hand up. I just want to say that I listened and I heard what you said. I do really want to thank the Human Resources Commission for your work and the illuminating report. And mostly I want to thank the people that shared their experiences. So I'm going to pledge that we'll continue our efforts to fight systemic racism. We need to strive to be a role model organization as a city. And I also really support your idea of community circles. And it's been said a couple times now, I think we're talking about changing hearts. It's not about laws at this point. It's not about trying to regulate. And, I think the proposal of community circles and discussions and this kind of grassroots effort is really what you have to do. So sign me up. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, got a couple more hands. Councilmember Koo.
Well, I want to say thank you. This is a sobering report, but something that we needed to hear. And the Human Relations did a yeoman's job on bringing it to us. So thank you to the chair, the vice chair, and the rest of the committee. I've attended some of the meetings and did had some inkling about what this report was. And it's still hard to hear. And the thing is, at this point, I think the community does need to recognize and does need to be open to hearing. But I do also want to say that the chair had mentioned that we need to have honest conversations. So honest conversations is going to have to be two-way. It's not a one-way conversation. And that's the only way I believe that we can get our thoughts and feelings out and to have a two-way conversation. So I'm happy to participate in the community groups. But also I think that we continue to talk. What else are we going to do? What are the actionable items that we can do? And that's what I'm hoping that we can get around to. One of the things that I find most important is education. Where does education come in here that we can discuss on how we can further? It brings in everything. It gives the children an opportunity to go to college. It gives them an opportunity to get better jobs. It gives them opportunity in order to buy a home. And that's where you build wealth, and that's how you move forward. So I would like to see the communication and the conversation go to the Palo Alto Unified School District as well, and all around, private schools as well. I think that is actually key. I also want to say that a lot of times, even successful people are the only way that they can get ahead is to fit a mode that other people have made for you. Other people have determined how you're supposed to act, talk, and walk in order to be able to advance to the next level. And that's a problem. I mean, I look at that. You mentioned over here, Mr. Former council member Roy Cloud was the first Black African-American council member. I don't know if he became mayor, if he had the opportunity to become mayor. I certainly hope he did. I know that council member Hillary Freeman, council member LaDoris Cordell, Did they fit the mode? Did they make mayor? I don't know. I wasn't here. I don't think so, actually. But that's a question that we have to ask also. Do we have to fit a mode that somebody else made up in order to advance? So that's another conversation that I'd love to hear. But we can start taking some actions. And this is a really good beginning. And I want to thank Chair Smith and the HRC. Thank you.
I just want to highlight 2 projects that we are doing right now on the education front. We are currently working with Palo Alto Unified on their Palo Alto 21 project for Black History Month. And we're using that as a feeder into our community groups. And we're also partnering, the HRC is also partnering with the library on their book group that they're doing in May, which will be based around the anti-racist work, including having like 70 board books for kids. So it wasn't part of this report, but the HRC is engaging in education also.
That's great to hear. So Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. And first, Reverend Smith, just following up on the aspect of our school systems, and as Councilmember Koo mentioned, it's not only our public school system, but our private schools as well. But for many years, many of us have heard about the stories from and the experiences of Black and brown kids who go through our school systems, and by the time they reach high school, they really begin to feel separate from the rest of the community. And that exists in different dimensions to that, from unconscious actions by educators to peers and parents. And I think that's a real need and opportunity for us to just invest more deeply in those relationships and understandings. And I appreciate very much the programs and initiatives that you're recommending and plan on leading on through the HRC. But I think that the another added dimension that I just want to make sure we're embracing is the real value of personal relationships. And in Palo Alto, there are fewer opportunities for those relationships because we have a legacy from the 1940s and 50s of redlining in our community and in East Palo Alto. And that's how East Palo Alto became the character that it is and the composition that it is. And for most of my adult life, I've thought of East Palo Alto as our sister community, not another city in another county, but the other community that when we put our 2 communities together, we get something that resembles social and economic balance. And neither of our communities separately do that. And so I just want to make sure that we continue to have an active consciousness and engagement with building those deeper relationships with our true neighbors in East Palo Alto. And so I hope we can add that dimension as something that's a strong part of our program. And then the other, maybe you could comment on it, Reverend Smith, is the opportunity of our interfaith community to be a foundation for building these relationships. And and whether we are, once again, not fully utilizing the opportunity of building interfaith relationships between our faith institutions and those in East Palo Alto, which are incredibly strong in that community. So if you could just give any thoughts you have to those comments, I'd welcome them.
So as we speak, there are a group of churches from Palo Alto and East Palo Alto, and I think Los Altos and Menlo Park, that are putting together a conference on race and religion and systemic racism for May of this year. We also have efforts from the American Muslim Voice, from various synagogues. Reverend Dr. Eileen Altman at First Congregational is an amazing community asset in that she has done a phenomenal job in pulling together this great interfaith list. So she communicates very clearly through to those groups, and we've seen a lot of coordination along that way. So I think there is more opportunity, but there are some things in the works. And I think if we can find ways to put what the library is doing, what the faith leaders are doing, what the HRC are doing, and get them all running in tandem, I think we can come up with something special.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. I think we're going to finish this item. Oh, okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
Thank you. Yeah, I was the HRC rep, so I gotta see this thing kind of twice, and I learned a little bit more each time I saw it. So thank you, Chair Smith. It was excellent, and thanks to the HRC for you guys' hard work, and of course, thank you to all the people in the community who shared their stories. I think that was really important, courageous. It's important that that this knowledge gets out there, and I too am happy to participate. I just want to also say that I have to agree with a lot of Councilmember Cruz's comments as well. I think they were very well said. But I think, as Chair Smith said, this is hard to legislate. I think it's something that we have to do, and it can't be legislated actually. But this is behavior. This is bias, right? And you can't really legislate that. Anyways, just really appreciate the work that has been done, and want to give it my full support in moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Eric, do you want to make any comments?
I think most of it's been said already. I thought that having the stories and the anecdotes and the discussions that the HRC collected all in one place that's weighty reading, and everybody ought to read that. One tactical thing that somebody brought up, and I think it might have been a member of the public, but back on the role of the IPA, which we sent to Policy and Services, that was not an intent to bury that. So I hope the Policy and Services Committee is going to revisit that. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you again to everybody, and thank you to the HRC commissioners. We're going to move on to the next item. So we are officially at agendas, changes, and deletions. And just to repeat again, we have moved item number 4, which was feedback on economic recovery and some budget amendments, to our next meeting. We've also moved item number 5 to be the last item tonight. We're going to take a look at where we are at 10:30 and decide if we're going to be able to get to that tonight or not. Okay, so now we're about 90 minutes behind. We're going to move on to oral communications. City Clerk, can you go ahead and see if the members of the public would like to speak?
Sure, Mayor Du Bois. Any member of the public that wishes to speak to oral communications, which is anything that is not on tonight's agenda, please raise your hand at this time. Our first speaker is Aaron James, to be followed by Mark Molyneux and then Rebecca Eisenberg.
And I'm sorry, given the hour, let's go ahead with 2 minutes, if we could.
Okay, 2 minutes. Aaron, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, so now we're up against an inauguration tomorrow. We have, I think, 25,000 troops there. It's come out that they've even had to vet some of these troops to see if there might be an inside attempted takedown tomorrow of the inauguration. I bring that point up because I know Greer Stone made a comment on Thursday at the HRC that the police have said, Palo Alto police have come out and said none of our police department went to DC to participate in that march. They would have had the political right to do that as long as they didn't enter the Capitol and do violence. But here's a bigger issue. I know that there's, we have to do it in a way that's politically palatable, but I want to unearth the possibility that we have white supremacists, white nationalists as a part of our police department. The circumstantial evidence to me suggests that we do. And why is that? There's a direct nexus between a certain number of officers and racially targeted attacks against Black and brown members in this community for a very long time. Reverend Smith's report has made it very clear that we had Ku Klux Klan connections up until the 40s. I don't believe they're gone. I think they are just smarter and burying that. So how do we do that in a way? You're going to ask Robert Smith, the chief. He's not going to give you a straight answer. He ran a racially discriminatory police department in Menlo Park and in the sheriff's department in Southern California. That's just not Aram James saying that. That is in the record if you want to look it up. So we need to see. We need to take a look. How are we going to do it without imposing on police officers a right to have political associations that we may not favor, but also find out that they're not part of a white supremacist, white nationalist movement that is embedded in our police department to do terror on people of color in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Aram. Our next speaker is Mark Molyneux, to be followed by our final speaker, Rebecca Eisenberg. Mark, go ahead.
Great. Hopefully you can hear me. Hi there. Just a few notes about kind of like general goals here in Palo Alto. Last week, while talking about RENA, a few of the council members were saying that, it's compared to market rate housing, Palo Alto's goal, and it's really hard up that its hands are tied, is it's affordable housing. And there's a lot of insinuations that SB 35 makes this much more difficult to achieve these plans. Just worth noting, before SB 35 took effect, before it was put in place, Palo Alto was a miserable failure as far as creating public housing. Looking up some of the goals for very low income as of 2017, this is before any of SB 35 took effect, for that cycle, a goal of 300 very low income, Palo Alto built less than 50. So well over 80% of your goals, Palo Alto is failing to do it. So, and you had no excuse of SB 35 at the time. It just is not something Palo Alto wants to do. Just a few notes, Palo Alto could always build its stuff itself. A lot of complaints that high land values are tying your hands. Guys, I mean, I have been running a podcast for quite a while about Henry George and land values. And I mean, I think if you really want to deal with land values, you talk to me. I can tell you how places like Singapore and Hong Kong actually upzone, use increased land values to pay for affordable housing. It is possible. And just a final note, tonight there's some Phil Seth as well as Greer Stone said they are pleased that the new project, this project is fully parked. Why? Having fully parked means more carbon emissions, lower mode share for transit. It's a tragedy. It's disgusting for something to be fully parked. Why would you say you're pleased? Please email me and explain why you think fully parked is good. It's bad. It's clearly bad and evil. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark. Our final speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, go ahead.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So last week, I reported based on a large amount of evidence, including official reports from the United States Environmental Protection Agency, that Vice Mayor Pat Burt has a clear record of owning and operating a company that dumped 11 tons of toxic waste into the environment just north of us in Redwood City. Peppert felt the need to speak out of turn. He misused something called personal privilege, which is for an urgent matter, such as I need to use the restroom, not an urgent matter, I can't control my temper, in order to attack my credibility, to accuse me of lying. But most importantly, he actually offered to correct any misstatement and misunderstanding should I share with him the basis of my reporting. So I went ahead and sent 3 times to Peppert and the city council the 100 pages or so of documentation I have that actually backs up the comments I made. But Peppert did not provide any evidence to dispute them. I'm guessing because the evidence doesn't exist, because I am correct. And I think that someone with that record should own up to it. Additionally, I wanted to, there's not enough time. I wanted to quickly point out all this controversy over where the Tuolumne River goes. I think that everyone on city council, especially Peppert, should disclose to all of us if and whether any of them have any ownership or other interest in power plants that rely on the Tuolumne River, pardon my pronunciation, as all power plants do rely on water in order to function properly. So please disclose any interest in power plants or other types of resources that rely on where the river's flowing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rebecca. And that's our final speaker, Mayor Du Bois.
All right, we're on to city manager comments.
All right, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Let's see, if the city clerk's office could assist with getting our slides up. I'm going to go through these really quickly in the interest of time. Would note that we have started a practice of replicating the manager's comments, in particular, any timely information in a blog. So we'll do that here or this week over the next day or two. So that the information that I will hopefully get through really quickly here will be available for the public. So let's see. Now I am having some trouble getting my screen to show right. Well. See how we're going to do this. Well, in the interest of everyone else, let's have, so Jessica, who's driving, could you go to the second slide? Next slide, please. Is anyone able to see a slide that says regional stay-at-home order, or is we still on that title slide?
No, we're at the new county vaccine distribution dashboard.
Huh.
Here, it's now up. The regional stay-at-home order in effect is on the screen now.
Okay, so I'm going to do this remotely because I can't see what you're seeing. So I'll just roll through it. First off, just to provide a little bit of context, as we do every week, on things happening outside of the city of Palo Alto, noting that, again, regional stay-at-home order continues in effect. We've got some statistics here just really reinforcing the seriousness of the conditions we are currently at, with 95% of the ICU beds occupied. Jumping quickly to the news of the last few days, that the new COVID-19 variant has been identified in significant magnitude here in Santa Clara County. And as such, county is continuing to evaluate options and how this new variant will be affecting spread, community spread here in the county. Next slide, please. Should read the title, Recent Vaccination Updates. And Beth, please jump in if we're on different slides. Note that the county has really stepped up in providing ongoing information on the state of vaccination. This webpage indicated here, sccfreevax, all one word, .org, is really the one-stop page for information regarding vaccinations. Note both in terms of where rollout exists, in terms of the tiers for groups that are eligible to receive vaccines, recognizing also the multiple channels through which vaccines are being provided. Did note that the state and county announced a holdback or pausing of the administration of a specific lot of the Moderna vaccine, recognizing a higher tendency toward allergic reactions. So once again, that has affected the throughput of vaccinations here locally as well as statewide. That said, testing will continue to be important for us going forward, and note that we have our next community testing site this Friday. So certainly important to look for appointments if you're interested in that. Next slide, please. Should be the new county vaccine distribution dashboard, which is accessible through that sccfreevax.org webpage. Really a wealth of information showing you the channels through which vaccinations are available, as well as hopefully up to the day information on the actual administration or administering the vaccines, both first doses and second doses by various healthcare providers within the county. So really credit the County of Santa Clara in pulling together this information and making it available to the public. Would note at the bottom here, it does show Palo Alto Medical Foundation or Sutter Health. Information was not available as of the last report. Don't know if that's now been provided, but I do know that the county is working with Sutter to ensure that that information can be provided. Next slide, please. Note that everyone in town and in the region has noticed the winds over the last couple of days, or specifically today. Apologies to the area of the city that had an outage, power outage through a portion of today. Thanks to our utilities department to doing rerouting and getting that power back to a majority of the residents and businesses within the span of a couple of hours or a few hours, with still a little over 100 accounts, I believe, that were out for much of the day. Did note, again, ongoing monitoring that our staff is doing to both prepare for conditions as well as respond to issues of downed trees. Would note that we did have a significant tree down at the regional water quality control plant. So again, public works staff moving quickly to ensure that that did not interrupt our operations at the wastewater facility. And also note that fire is on high alert, recognizing the potential fire effect of high winds. Next slide, please. All right. Also, did want to note that following your council discussion last week of weed abatement, the staff did make note of the residents that had noted that some of the issues may have been generated by COVID shelter-in-place period concerns and issues that were identified. So staff is taking a closer look at the entire category of situations in which there may have been properties identified for the first time this year during the shelter-in-place, while also recognizing the priority to ensuring that any potential for fire danger has been mitigated and follow-up happens. With that said, we did want to let the council and community know that we took note of the not only the individuals that identified their properties, but to take a look at the entire category of properties that might fall under similar circumstances. Let's see, next slide, next couple of slides. This one For the first time, we're going to try and expand our reach here by using this opportunity of the city manager comments, and again, the blog and online we will do following to make the community broadly aware of notable upcoming council items. So here we've identified a few items that are on your later January dates, as well as your early February dates, and again, a few specific items that are upcoming, recognizing, as we always do, that these are subject to change. Tonight is probably a good example of that will have a domino effect on our agendas coming up. But that said, we'll try this as an experiment to see if this works for the council and community at large, to have this information available through a variety of means. Next slide, please. We have also upcoming items into the month of March. And so we will attempt to, again, keep a running list and make modifications on a week-by-week basis as we have additional information available. And then finally, just note that a couple of upcoming items. First, in preparation for the council's retreat on the 30th, we do have a survey that's online. It's been online for a few days that provides members of the community opportunity to rank the topic areas that have already been discussed with the Policy and Services Committee, and also a free-form opportunity to provide some input, but does give ongoing up until the 29th opportunity for community members to weigh in. And that we've also put together, and we'll be discussing Foothills in a minute, but some additional information, again, reaching out to broader sectors of the community on the topic of how to best use Foothill Park, Foothill Preserve, in introduction to ticks and poison oak, and the things that may not be everyday occurrences for folks who may be in a more urbanized setting. And I believe that covers it. Mayor, thank you. Council, thank you for your patience. Just wanted to cover a few things for general information.
Great, thank you, Ed. All right, we're going to move on to our first action item, which is discussion of adoption of an ordinance to amend the municipal fee schedule to add vehicle entrance fees for Foothills Park, and to amend the Palo Alto Municipal Code to adjust attendance limits. Does staff want to go ahead with the presentation?
Yeah, so with that, let me ask Darren Anderson from our Community Services Department to lead us off.
Thank you, Ed. Good evening, I'm Darren Anderson with Community Services. On Thursday, December 17th, 2020, Foothills Park opened to everyone with a temporary new limit of 750 people at any one time. And that initial opening period, December 17th through January 2nd, we experienced approximately 6 times the number of visitors compared to that same time period in 2019. And there are a few factors that have led to that increased visitation. The publicity and the newness factor of opening up Foothills Park certainly seem to be playing a role in the increased visitation. It's also important to note that COVID-19 has brought about an increased number of people visiting parks and open space throughout our region, and in fact, throughout the nation. In 2019, there were 156,000 visitors approximately to Foothills Park. And in 2020, the visitation increased to approximately 223,000 visitors. After the New Year's holiday, when we were so busy, the preserve did remain busy, but not nearly as much as those first 2 weeks, most likely due to children being out of school during that time period. We haven't reached the visitor capacity on any of the weekdays since that time, though there have been a few Fridays when visitation has been relatively high. And let me just give you a couple of the recent dates so you can understand what the visitation was on those recent dates. So Saturday, January 16th, this last Saturday, there were no preserve closures. We did not hit the limit. And we had a total visitation for the day of about 2,600 visitors. On Sunday, January 17th, we did reach the capacity at about 9:50 a.m. and then reopened the park at 2 p.m. However, in about 45 minutes later, we had to close again because we had again reached capacity. And there were about 1,800 visitors for that day. And on MLK Day, Monday, January 18th, we reached capacity again at about 9:45 a.m. and stayed closed to about 2 with no further closures that day, and had about 1,600 visitors for the day. There have been a number of challenges as well as some opportunities that I'd like to highlight for you. One of them is the increased traffic, both on Page Mill Road and the road within Foothills Park. They've been challenging, particularly for pedestrians in the preserve, because there isn't a pedestrian pathway. Most people walk on the preserve road, and they share that road with an increasing number of bikes and vehicles. There's also challenges with people parking outside of Foothills Park, and this has resulted in complaints from neighbors about parking problems and safety issues from people walking on Page Mill Road to try to access the park. There have been some impacts to the natural areas of the preserve, most notably where people were walking in natural areas or creating new social trails. And a social trail are created when people walk off the trail with foot traffic and create new pathways. When enough people walk on them, soon they get pretty well established. And we are noticing that increasing. And these problems have been primarily happening at Vista Hill and Baranda Lake. Staffing at the entrance on weekends and holidays remains important. Staff help prevent traffic problems at the entrance. They close the preserve when capacity is reached. We inform people about the rules. This has been especially important lately because so many people have tried to bring their dogs in on weekends and holidays. So it's been important to notify them and catch them before they enter the preserve. And they also answer questions and assist visitors. And then a little bit about the opportunities. This increase in visitors has also provided the opportunity to educate people, especially new visitors to open space areas, about the principles of leave no trace, and as well, just how to enjoy your trip to Foothills, make the most of it, learn about it, how to get involved, how to become a steward if you so choose. And we've been working on getting those messages out to the visitors, mainly through staff and through our partnerships with Grassroots Ecology, the environmental volunteers, and others. I'll tell you a little bit more about that in an upcoming slide. So based on those challenges I just mentioned, there is some things that have been implemented already to try to address and alleviate those problems. Additional no parking signs and cones have been added in problem areas alongside the road, like the entrance area in Baranda Lake, to make it safer for pedestrians and bicyclists. Beginning on January 9th, staff implemented a temporary measure of keeping Foothills closed to vehicles once capacity was reached until approximately 3 p.m. And this is conveyed on a message board placed at Page Mill Road and Rasodero Road. And the goal was to help address problems with long lines of cars backed up on Page Mill Road trying to get in, people driving back and forth on Page Mill Road waiting for the preserve to reopen, and having a number of staff available to open and close the preserve back and forth as we reached capacity. I should note that staff's working on revising this temporary measure to communicate more clearly with visitors and in light of visitation patterns being adjusted. There's also a new vehicle counting system that provides real-time numbers on vehicles in the park, and it has the ability to post that information to a live website. This was ordered and was supposed to be installed mid-December. Unfortunately, the vendor had some delays and issues on their part. We hope to have it installed in about 2 weeks or so. Staff is working on replacing the temporary no parking signs on Page Mill Road pullouts with permanent no parking signs. And we've been in touch with Santa Clara County Roads about installing no parking signs in areas that they oversee, in particular on Moody Road. The Rangers and Grassroots Ecology staff, Grassroots Ecology, I should note, is helping with the environmental impacts, assessing them due to the increased visitation. Both the staff and Grassroots quickly noted these problems about people walking in natural areas and the social trails. The Rangers quickly placed some temporary caution tape and cones and signage to help reduce the number of people going off trail and walking in sensitive areas. It's a short-term solution that seems to have been largely successful. The long-term solution that we'll continue to work on with our partners for permanent solutions like split rail fencing and proper interpretive signage. And again, probably partnering with getting docents and naturalists to help spread this message of walking in the appropriate places and not in the natural areas. Since December 17th, we've had additional support from Foothills Park, from 2 hourly naturalists, and the support from the police department community service officers on weekends and holidays. And they've been a tremendous help in managing the increased visitation. In November, staff gathered a group of stakeholders and partnership groups, including Grassroots Ecology, Friends of Foothills Park, the Environmental Volunteers, Stanford University Haas Center for Public Service, Jasper Ridge Biological Preserve, the town of Los Altos Hills, and the chair and the vice chair of the Parks and Recreation Commission to discuss ways of making the opening of Foothills Park a positive and welcoming experience. And some of the suggestions proposed by the group that have already been implemented include putting up a welcome banner at the entrance to preserve, placing large trail map displays, including the one-way trails in numerous locations in the preserve, galvanizing volunteers to help support the preserve and protect the natural resources. For example, several scout groups are coming to the preserve to help pick up litter, and the environmental volunteers arranged for a naturalist to help assist and educate new visitors on the weekends. The stakeholder group is currently focusing on identifying ways to improve the experience for people, which will include things like education and programs, interpretation, docents, volunteers, and public engagement, to improve the protections for the environment, habitat and wildlife protection, impact monitoring and mitigation, regional outreach and sustainability, and to improve the preserve infrastructure and identify funding. That would be things like safety, trails, parking signage, preserve entry points, and finding funding for programs and these infrastructure improvements. The staff recommendation is that council adopt the ordinance to amend the municipal fee schedule to add a vehicle entrance fee for Foothills Park and to amend the Palo Alto Municipal Code, section 2204150K, to authorize the city manager to adjust the attendance limits at Foothills Park not to exceed 750 people. There had previously been an entry fee at Foothills Park from approximately 1988 to about 2001. The entry fee, which was $2 per vehicle and $25 for an annual pass, was implemented in 1988, just after the Baronda Lake Dam construction was completed. Staff looked at a range of pricing options for a daily vehicle entry fee and an annual pass for Foothills Park, largely based on the county and state park models, pricing models. Santa Clara County and San Mateo County parks both have a $6 daily fee, and Santa Clara County has a $95 annual pass, while San Mateo has a $60 annual pass. California state parks are $10 entrance fees and have a range of different annual pass options. Staff recommends council consider a daily entry fee between $6 and $10, and that would apply to Palo Alto residents and non-residents. And the annual pass option from $65 to $80 for non-Palo Alto residents and $50 to $60 for Palo Alto residents. Staff also recommend a 25% discount for either seniors or low income for the annual pass option. Should note this recommendation also includes a recommendation that free entry be provided for pedestrians and bicyclists, free entry for people coming to volunteer in the preserve that day. This would be for city-supported volunteer programs like Grassroots Ecology, Friends of Foothills, and Environmental Volunteers, etc. And I want to explain the reason staff suggests having a single daily entry fee price rather than one for residents and one for non-residents, is that the single price will allow vehicles to enter the preserve a little more efficiently, quickly. Stopping to check for ID for Palo Alto residents, we think will contribute to the vehicle backups on Page Mill Road, which is already a challenge. The annual operating cost for Foothills Park is $1.53 million. And this includes staff, vehicles, equipment, supplies, materials, utilities, maintenance contracts, et cetera. And this slide shows the estimated revenue from the different scenarios and their approximate cost recovery. I should note it's difficult to predict the future visitation levels, the unknowns about whether the increase in visitation associated with COVID-19 will continue once other recreational opportunities return, and how an entry fee will affect visitation. I should note there was a drop in visitation in the late 80s and 90s when the entrance fee existed for Foothills Park. So we anticipate that's a possibility again. The timeline for the implementation, as you see here, February 20th, 2021, we could begin fee collection on the weekends. And I should note that February 20th date is the earliest that we could implement a weekend entry fee if council elected the emergency ordinance. And I also want to explain the Iron Ranger or fee collection Dropbox option. That's a model used by some state parks. And while it is an option that we could use, staff recommend purchasing an automated payment machine, which will accept credit cards, and some of them have the touchless options, which would allow greater compliance with people paying the fee and a quicker and safer process. Staff have analyzed the impacts to the preserve during this brief period of high visitation. The challenges with having 750 people or approximately 280 vehicles in the preserve at one time. When that happens, there are potentially unsafe conditions for pedestrians and cyclists using the preserve roads, which are too narrow in many areas to accommodate them while many vehicles are traveling in both directions. The majority of visitors, this is what makes it so challenging, is that most visitors want to park near the preserve entrance, Veranda Lake, Orchard Glen picnic area, and Vista Hill. And they largely leave the parking lot, the lower half of the park. This is Oak Grove parking lot, which has about space for 88 vehicles. Often on a day where we've reached capacity, there's one car parked in that far lot. And it's just too far away from the most popular sites. Staff estimate that with the current activity levels at the different portions of the park, Foothills Park, approximately 500 people or about 185 vehicles would allow for better preserve management and visitor safety. This figure of 500 people or 185 vehicles are in addition to the persons or vehicles entering with facility reservations, which would include Toll Camp, Oak Grove picnic area, and the interpretive center classroom. And these are areas where the parking spaces are generally underutilized compared to the more popular spots. The 500 or 185 vehicles is recommended as a visitor limit, but allowing the city manager to increase it up to 750 if needed. If the city manager is authorized to adjust the attendance limits at Foothills Park below the maximum, or minor adjustment will allow minor adjustments to the number of visitors that can be made quickly and efficiently to protect health and safety and the welfare of preserve users, to protect the wildlife and natural resources, and or to account for limits in parking facilities, staff availability. If a council adopts these changes, the approval tonight would be the first reading, second reading on February 1st, and the fees could become effective March 4th. Note this March 4th date is the effective date if council passes the regular ordinance, not the emergency ordinance. And that concludes staff presentation.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll go out to members of the public and then we'll come back to council.
Any members of the public that wish to speak regarding the Foothills Park fee, please raise your hand at this time. We do have Jeff Greenfield speaking for Marilyn Keller, Jerry Mastelar, Keith Reckdahl, and Lakshmi Sundar.
Okay.
Mayor, how long do you wish for them to speak?
I mean, does he have 5 speakers?
Yes.
Yeah. So he can speak for 10 minutes and then we'll do the 2 minutes. And again, let's close having people sign up at 10:17.
Okay, we will do that. Jeff, go ahead. You have 10 minutes. Jeff, go ahead. You have 10 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I chair the Parks and Rec Commission, but this evening I'm speaking as an individual and on behalf of a group. I agree with staff's assessment of the safety, traffic, and environmental impact concerns at Foothills. Staff's been doing a great job keeping a handle on things, but there's been a lot going on. I absolutely appreciate that council is prioritizing the issue this evening for immediate action. I've been to the preserve 10 times since the gates were opened, including 5 times this month, working closely with staff, gathering a range of data, assisting with trail monitoring and cleanup. It's great to see the joy and excitement of so many people outside enjoying the preserve, many for the first time. And we've been getting great support from our community partners that's ramping up, and it's been very encouraging. By the same token, as stewards, it's our responsibility to ensure a proper balance between natural open space preservation and outdoor recreation. And the 6-fold visitor increase over the holidays has tilted this delicate balance. There's many Foothills Park subjects we could get into, but tonight we really have 2 immediate steps to consider that the staff has outlined, considering adjusting the visitor limit to mitigate safety concerns and environmental impacts, and adopting an entry fee to offset new operations and infrastructure expenses. I think the visitor limit matter is pretty straightforward, pretty simple. I think the entry fee is less straightforward, but both are very important, and I recommend considering them separately. I'm generally supportive of the staff recommendation, but I specifically advocate for an emergency ordinance this evening to set the interim visitor limit of 500 people at a time, as staff has recommended, and to allow staff to dynamically adjust the limit not to exceed 750 people. I also recommend a regular ordinance signaling that an entry fee will be added and direct staff and Parks and Rec Commission to develop a detailed entry fee policy. The problems we're grappling with aren't particularly unexpected. The crowds and impacts are more significant than I think than most people anticipated. I'll also add that the visitor experience now is quite different, perhaps best epitomized by a mass of cars circulating in search of a parking space, kind of similar to Golden Gate Park on a busy weekend. Staff's reactive and dynamic approach to addressing these issues is very reasonable under the circumstances. It's easy to nitpick in hindsight, but I have great respect and admiration for their dedication and creativity. We're learning and adapting as we're going along. Efforts such as the 10-to-3 closure plan after capacity is reached has been very effective and continues to get tweaked to be optimized further. Every day at Foothills especially on weekends, is a new experience, and the number of visitors varies. Even parking patterns and which areas fill up first changes significantly. Weather conditions are a factor. We may not know when the visitor trends will settle into an equilibrium, but we do know what 750 visitors or 280 vehicles looks like, and this is too much, frankly. Some will argue that the visitation numbers are lower than what the preserve supported in the past. We have recently learned that previous visitation numbers were inflated based on how they were measured. We now see empirical evidence that the preserve really was not designed to safely accommodate the current visitor rates, at least based on current safety and design guidelines. And these observations offer further evidence to question the earlier annual visitation numbers. So setting a balanced visitor limit needs to be a data-driven decision, and we're not going to have a good handle on that until later this year, after we can review numbers from the peak visitor season during the summer. In the meantime, we need a new interim limit to address the immediate concerns, and we need to give staff the flexibility to make adjustments so we can learn what numbers work the best. I support starting out with a limit of 500 as recommended by staff, and allowing the city manager to make adjustments not to exceed 750 and keep this in place until staff and the PRC recommend a permanent visitor limit. I believe an emergency ordinance is warranted to mitigate the immediate safety concerns staff has highlighted. I'm particularly troubled by the potential for pedestrian and bike accidents while sharing the narrow preserve roads with high volume two-way vehicle traffic. There's also pedestrian and safety concerns outside the traffic safety concerns outside the preserve, and ongoing damage to the natural areas within the preserve to consider. We're fortunate we haven't had any serious mishaps yet, but we can't say in good faith that current conditions are safe. This really isn't difficult. With an emergency ordinance, we can take action to significantly improve public safety starting tomorrow. Regarding the entry fee, I believe that implementing an entry fee is appropriate and necessary to help offset the significant new operational and infrastructure expenses. We have the new staff, the naturalists and public safety officers. There's restroom maintenance. Also want to point out that we still have an unfilled supervising ranger position at Foothills Park. It's been frozen, and ranger staff have been pulled in from other open space preserves to help at Foothills, which takes away from services elsewhere. And there's a range of new infrastructure demands that Darren highlighted, such as split rail fencing, signage, parking area adjustments, pedestrian connector pathways and trails, and not to mention a major restroom restoration project. Against the backdrop of our city's financial crisis, and with more belt tightening coming this fiscal year, an entry fee is an entirely reasonable action. And as Darren mentioned, then we have charged an entry fee in the past. Anecdotally, I can remember in the early 2000s that, and my wife recalls as well, where the the daily fee briefly went up to $5 and an annual pass of $60. And we remember this because right after we paid that, the city removed the policy. And so we just kind of chuckled and said, okay, it's a donation to the city. But there is certainly a basis. I think starting off with something like $6 is reasonable, and $60 and $80 for residents and non-residents for annual passes makes sense. An entry fee will require staff to ramp up a cash handling policy, and that has timeline considerations. And there are many nuances of an entry fee policy to consider, including other discounts and waivers and weekend and weekday policy. And I feel like this is an appropriate policy to refer to the Parks and Rec Commission to work with staff on a detailed recommendation. It's a more normalized process appropriate for a policy change of this magnitude. At the same time, I'm concerned about the timelines, and staff is going to need sufficient direction to move forward with the lead time in investments, and we don't really want to delay that. And it would be great. It's important to get something in place certainly by mid-spring, when the visitation is going to be increasing. Staff's recommendation is a great starting place. Whatever council needs to do to move beyond that, whether that's adopting an interim entry fee policy, and then that's adapted later based on considerations from staff and Parks and Rec from a later recommendation to go to council, or giving council or giving staff the flexibility to make changes to the interim entry fee policy that council adopts, or any variant in between. You can decide what works best with the constraints that the staff has to make sure things get moving, and also make sure that we can get an entry fee in place as quickly as possible. I do also agree with the suggestion to get an automatic, the electronic entry fee system in place at the gate. That'll work well on weekends. There's many different variations to consider, and including some of those include, should we be setting our visitor limit based on people or vehicles? That's something that can be considered, but it's also something that can be given more thought by Parks and Rec and staff later. There's been suggestions of an online reservation system. I think that's an inherently bad idea because of the nature of visitation to open space, and it's not a time-based ticket, and we can end up with someone having a reservation to get into the park, but the park would be full, so they wouldn't be let in. Staff has really done an outstanding job in evaluating all of the options in front of them, and giving you advice to move forward with. And I recommend that we adopt policies for an entry fee limit and a for a visitor limit and an entry fee as quickly as possible, especially the emergency limit to address immediate concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Our next speaker is Mark Molyneux, to be followed by Jane Moss.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me. How you doing?
Go ahead, Mark.
Hey, okay, so hi, Mark Molyneux. I'd like to, I think it's no surprise, I am consistently an enemy of free parking, and this is no exception. Although I think this may be an unpopular opinion, but I believe it's true. I think it's good to charge something at Foothills Park. It probably should be the very cheapest parking in all of Palo Alto. I think parking on Cal Ave, University, and especially other parts of the city, street parking throughout, should be much more expensive. But I think using parking as a way to ration access is good. I think, unfortunately, unlike other parts of the city which are accessible by transit, unfortunately, cars are the only way to do this. It would be nice if there was a twice daily trolley up there or something. That'd be cool. One note. I think it's worth mentioning that the high rates at the moment are spurred by novelty. I have one review. Some friends have lived up in SF, visited Foothills Park this last weekend. They were very pleased. They think as a result, Palo Alto is less racist than they thought it previously was. So that's a tip in your hat. But it is worth mentioning they went this weekend partly because they were concerned that the pay parking would come up soon. It's like, oh, let's beat the rush. So I think based on the fact it's new and people want to beat the rush, these are probably the very highest figures you'll ever see. So I don't know if you should consider this a new normal. There's a lot of novelty here. But in any case, I'd say the main thing is for parking, flexibility. Simplicity is obviously also a feature. You don't want to make it too complicated at the gate. But I'd say consider, peak, off peak, and then also be willing to revise this as necessary. I think every parking space in Palo Alto should constantly be revised what their price is based upon what goals you have in mind. So the staff presentation was generally good, but charge parking everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Our next speaker is Jane Moss, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg, and then Jill Onan. Jane, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Mute. Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
I am Jane Moss, a resident of Palo Alto for 42 years and a frequenter of Foothills Park for almost that many. In a letter dated August the 2nd of 2020, I offered the suggestion to council that not only should Foothills Park be available to non-residents, but also should be known as Foothills Park Preserve. However, a name change, should it happen, is hardly sufficient to manage it appropriately, especially in light of increased visitation pressures. It is really important that the Foothills guiding philosophy and policies promote the perpetual conservation of this irreplaceable resource. Preservation is the #1 consideration and recreation second in this kind of preserve. I'm aware many consider the opening has been a great success. I don't know how they measure it, what data existed prior to the opening in terms of impacts on trails, open spaces, wildlife, vegetation, traffic, near collisions, a pandemic forcing 6 foot apart spacing on very narrow trails, traffic on Arrastradero. None of this was thought about very well in light of social media. None of your ancient data is going to have any measure against what the power of social media has. So I would say, by and large, we've abandoned our duty to manage this preserve correctly. Crowds are too large. The park is understaffed. It offers too much parking and too much pavement. Dogs have no place in a preserve. Only with a reasonable cap on attendance, a solid reservation system, a reduced number of parking spaces, no dogs, increased staff, and an active docent program will you city mothers and fathers have done the responsible job of birthing, managing, and sustaining this treasured park far into the future.
Thank you, Jane. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Jill Onan, and then Kristen Zurich. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I oppose an entrance fee of any kind. Having lost the lawsuit filed against it by the NAACP and the ACLU, and thereby now required to admit outsiders to its largest and most beautiful public park, the proposed actions now will enable the City Council to keep out the riffraff in an alternate way. I would ask whether the City Council has forgotten the actual basis of the lawsuit that it lost, but I don't think it ever really understood that basis. That basis, to clarify, is the fact that the segregated state of the city of Palo Alto that exists today is not some sort of arbitrary accident. It is a direct result and lasting legacy of generations of legally enforced segregation made through redlining, through racially discriminatory covenants on property titles and on the force of the police department that has lasting and long ties to white supremacist groups, including the KKK. That discrimination and exclusion went far beyond housing. It also included within the employment world and other areas, in other ways of depriving marginalized groups access to financial means and resources to live, to participate equally in our economy. What I'm saying is that the income gap between marginalized groups and dominant caste is a direct result of historic oppression dating back into and including 300 years of slavery. Any financial requirement to enter a public park is going to have an undue negative impact on people of color. And I'm asking that you find other ways to fund this, such as not spending $20 million on a private airport and instead spending $1 million to preserve this park and keep it open to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Jill Onan, to be followed by Kristen Zurich and then Ryan Globus. Jill, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Beth. Council members, I'm very much opposed to the idea of allowing people to bicycle or walk into the park without paying an entry fee, and I'd like to tell you why. I used to go to the park regularly. I'm handicapped, and I use trek poles to walk slowly and carefully down the Toyon and Chemise trails. Over the summer, I noticed a great deal of deterioration in the trails from bicyclists. There are tracks all over, and the soils began to erode, which creates something called scree, which is loose dirt on top, which makes it more likely someone like me would fall. But I still felt safe enough to go to the park until it opened to everyone. At that point, the bicyclists became incredibly brazen. And on my last visit to the park, I was walking down the Chemise Trail when a man began shouting at me from his bicycle as he came up behind me. He was shouting at me to get out of his way and was angry that I wasn't moving fast enough for him. After forcing me off a narrow trail in a dangerous situation, terrifying me and throwing me off balance, he then turned his head and over his shoulder, he called me a fucking bitch as he passed me. I was horrified. I have hiked in that park for years and no one has ever treated me like that. I'd looked for help. There were no rangers anywhere. There were no volunteers anywhere. There was no naturalist anywhere. I got no help whatsoever. And the idea that that man can bicycle in for free and treat people like me like that, where I have to pay twice, I have to pay once through my taxes as a Palo Alto resident, and then as a handicapped woman, I have to pay again to buy a pass, is outrageous. People who are privileged enough to live in $7 million homes in the neighborhood of that park can certainly afford to walk in and pay the same entrance fee that I have to pay. I really hope that you consider the disparate socioeconomic status of the various park visitors when you make this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Our next speaker is Kristen Zurich, to be followed by Ryan Globus, and then telephone caller with the last 3 digits of 813. Kristen, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi. I would like to second Jane Moss, and I'd like to challenge Rebecca Einsberg to come sit on my arena fence directly on Page Mill and handle the traffic control for the drive-by and drop-off and pickup on my property corner to deal with the pedestrians trying to get in the park and trying to find a place to park their vehicle. I've been a resident of the town of Los Altos Hills since 2006. And I have always enjoyed the fact that I live across from the preserve in a nice, quiet setting. The opening to the park has been an enormous negative impact on our surrounding communities. The masses traveling to and from the park are unmanageable. He was not kidding when he said the vehicles circle around to try and get into the park. I don't understand. Yes, there is a sign that says the park will close at capacity, but what does that do with all the vehicles traveling up and down the roads? I live on the corner, or I live on Page Mill Road at the corner of Central Drive. I have submitted pictures of all the vehicles that pull off in my driveway to drop off their parties, the people that park on the pedestrian path on Central pulling in the wrong way, making illegal U-turns, everybody trying to get into the park. I need that problem addressed. And on top of that, there is no pathway to get there safely. They're wandering up a ditch. There's nowhere to cross. So that needs to be addressed. I support implementation of the reservation system. I support vehicles and pedestrians being charged a fee to get in. Otherwise, the pedestrians are just parking their vehicles throughout our cities. And I suggest a shuttle service to handle these 3 parks, Arrastradero, Foothills, Los Trancos, and get all these traffic and pedestrians. It protects and promotes safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Our next speaker is Ryan Globus, to be followed by telephone caller with the last 3 numbers of 813, and then Winter Dellenbach. Ryan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, City Council. My name's Ryan Globus. I'm a resident of Palo Alto. So I'm generally supportive of the fees with a few caveats. First, I want to make sure that, my guess is that moving forward, it won't be quite as crazy as it has been the past month. It has been all over the news. My friends who live all over the Bay Area because they can't afford Palo Alto are really excited about Foothills and have been visiting. The weather's been unusually warm for winter. There's not much else we can do safely during the pandemic. And a lot of folks who normally would be traveling during the holidays decided not to for safety reasons during the pandemic. So my guess is that this is not normal. It would be great to have a better understanding of why the limit's not going to be 1,000 like it was before. I'm a little bit unclear why we're going from a 1,000 person capacity limit to 500. I think that's just my lack of understanding, and I'm sure other people are confused as well. So I'd love more information about that. And finally, I would urge council and the Parks Commission to not do an online reservation system and make sure that folks can pay at the gate with cash. A lot of folks are unbanked, so they don't have a credit card, or they're paid primarily with cash. And I want to make sure that they have access to the park as well. And especially, I don't know how good cell reception is up there. So if you don't know about the online reservation system, you might not be able to access internet. So I really think that a system that accepts credit cards and cash, preferably automated, so staff can spend their time in a more effective way, would be best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ryan. Our next speaker is phone caller 813, to be followed by Winter Dellenbach, and then Aram James. Phone caller, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, City Council. Good evening. This is Irina Bailin, and I'm 32-year resident of Palo Alto and often visit Foothills and love it. Thank you for going in the right direction. We do need to take care of conservation, and I suggest that we form Citizens Advisory Committee to oversight the protection and natural ecosystem of the preserve. And in addition, all these logistics that we need to take care of to run the preserve and protect it. So I'm grateful that we finally see the budget information, but it should be transparent and easily accessible, and we have to see what is spent versus what is collected when fees are implemented. So we do want to target the budget neutral situation, because Palo Altans should not pay twice for the access as well as through their taxes. It's double taxation and it's not fair. So I support the simpler systems to collect the fees. The proposed system is complex and requires presence at the gate and owner system on the weekdays, which did not work in the past because, on weekdays when gates were not attended, plenty of non-resident people were in the park without any problem. Another thing that I want to address is to support Jill on is we need to have handicap parking and we need to have updated bathrooms. Otherwise, we will get more lawsuits and it will be costly and, not enough bathrooms create mess in the preserve. Okay, so I did send email. There are a few suggestions how you can do the online reservation system with mobile application.
Irina, your 2 minutes are up.
Sorry for running over time. So yes, basically, I'm seconding people before me that we need online reservation system with mobile application. We do need to accommodate low-income people. And
your 2 minutes are up. Your 2 minutes are up.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach, to be followed by Aram James and then Julie Bear. Winter, go ahead.
Yes. First of all, I want to closely associate myself with Jeff Greenberg. Thank you very much for all of your points, Jeff. The cap. 500. I agree with the staff recommendation. The cap should be 500. I was taken aback at some of the per day totals, even after the emergency closures were in effect. They are way too high from preserve protection, for habitat safety, and for just general public safety. And the summer months are coming up. And right now we're in the winter time. And yes, we've had some good weather, but we've also had some cold weather. And with the summer months coming up, the visitation is only going to go up. It's not going to go down. One other point. So we've heard about the parking on Page Mill Road, and I've seen that. And I am wondering, I don't know, can anything be done about that? One, that's not a safe thing to do. I used to live on Upper Page Mill Road for 23 years. I'm well aware of this area. And some people go up, they haul their bikes up, they park on Page Mill Road, not far from the entrance. They take their bikes off, and then they either bike in or they walk their bikes in, or people park on Page Mill Road and they walk in. So they're not going to have to pay a fee, and as it is now. And I wonder also if they get counted. And it's just not a smart thing to do. Is there any way to prohibit parking along Page Mill Road? Does that make any sense? I'm just putting that out. It just occurred to me with the fee thing, people are now bringing up they don't want to pay twice if they're a Palo Alto resident. That may be something to think about as a selling point. It might be something difficult. I don't know. Thanks.
Thank you, Winter. Our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Julie Beer and then Mariah Bradsky. Aram, go ahead.
Okay, so I'd like to, with Molly Stump here, make a public records request. I'd like to know the number of citations that have been given by park rangers and members of the Community Service Division of the Palo Alto Police Department since the park was opened to everybody on the 17th of December up and through today's date of January 18th. I want to nip it in the bud if we're having racially discriminatory ticketing practices. I hope that's not the case, but knowing the way that Palo Alto reacts to people of color, I wouldn't be surprised. So that's the first thing. Secondly, I'd like to know the racial makeup of the employees. Is it all whites who are now the rangers and are, what's the numbers? I'd like to know that also to see whether we have an inviting diverse crew of rangers or not. And I'd also like to know if the rangers are armed with tasers or other weapons, because in lots of state parks and federal parks, rangers are really nothing more than glorified police officers. And I'm concerned again that this is all being designed to keep out people of color from other communities. Certainly, at least East Palo Altans should not have to pay a fee. They weren't even in existence at the time there was an offer made by Palo Alto for other communities to chip in money. East Palo Alto has been an under-resourced community for a very, very long time. We're talking about reparations in a very small point. Again, I point you to AB 3121, California's reparation commission that's coming into place this year, and I'm hoping Palo Alto will have the same. So we need to think about those issues. I suspect this has been planned chaos so we can then exclude outsiders and primarily people of color. I hope I'm wrong, but the public records are going to give some indication of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Aram. Our next speaker is Julie Beer, to be followed by Mariah Bradsky, and our final speaker will be Sue Welch. Julie, go ahead. Julie, you need to unmute. There you go. You have 2 minutes. Julie, can you hear us? I'll come back to Julie. Our next speaker is Mariah Bradsky. Mariah, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. So I'm Paul. Unmute. Here. Hello.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Did you guys hear me before?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So my name is Mariah. I'm a Palo Alto resident. I grew up here, and Foothills always been one of my favorite parks. And since it's been opened, it feels more like a tourist trap than like a nature preserve. There's so many people there. I've been there a couple times. I see dog poo on like the trails. I've like been afraid I was going to get hit by a car biking up there. So for like what the city council should do, I don't think that they should restrict bicycles and pedestrians. I always bike up there. I feel like that shouldn't be charged entry. I feel like the ideal situation would be to charge a non-resident entry fee if there's any way to get out of the permanent injunction. I agree with limiting the cap to 500 people because the current amount is just way too many. And I think that like if we are going to charge a fee, it should be discounted for residents. So like $6, $8 entry fee. And I also think that for dogs entering the park, there should be like a class you have to attend to get a permit to bring your dog to the nature preserves, because there is just like too many dogs at the preserve and like clearly irresponsible dog owners. Yeah, and that's like all of my commentary. I hope that yeah, and I agree. I think that an automated system for entry would be ideal for allowing people to get in. And I think that it could be good in the future if like to raise money, if you can pay like $30 to reserve a spot at the preserve, that could be a good way to keep it more revenue neutral. Yeah, And that's all my commentary.
Thank you, Mariah. Our next speaker is Julie Baer. Julie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Julie, are you there? We'll move on to Sue Welch, our final speaker. Sue, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Sorry. Sue Welch. I'm not a Palo Alto resident, but I've lived near the park for 30 years. I'm concerned about the impact of the new ordinance expanding access to Foothills Park and ask you to close the park to all users until an environmental assessment and an appropriate use plan are done. Changing the ordinance that regulates the park access likely meets criteria for a project under CEQA. As such, the city is required to prepare an environmental assessment and propose feasible mitigation for any impacts that are identified. We usually think of CEQA as applying to a development project like a building or a new bridge, but in 2019, a California Supreme Court decision expanded the definition of a project to include public agency activities such as changes to zoning ordinances or conditional use permits, not necessarily limited to those activities. These activities are considered projects under CEQA if they, quote, have potential for resulting in a direct physical change in the environment or a reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment, end quote. There's absolutely no question that the new ordinance changing access is having impacts. Many of the letters to the council have reported these impacts, notably on traffic, on wildlife, and other biological resources. And all of these are impacts that are assessed in a standard CEQA review. So I asked the city to look carefully at whether adopting the new park access ordinance requires CEQA review, and if so, to do it. And whether or not CEQA applies, the city needs to do a thorough environmental review to serve as a basis for a responsible operations plan. What about the restrooms? I mean, with 2,600 people there, you're going to need to build new restaurants, new restrooms, new drain fields. So making changes without adequate information or a well-developed plan has been tried, and I don't think it's been a success. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Du Bois, that was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. So it's our practice to check in at 10:30. We've had a lot of public comment tonight on 3 items, which has put us well behind schedule. At this point, we're not going to get to the housing element working group. I do want to suggest that we finish this item and also try to get through the retail item. Is council up for that tonight? You just maybe shake your head. All right. I see 1 no and everybody else yes. So sorry, Lydia. Okay, so let's go to council on Foothills Park. Please raise your hand if you'd like to make comments. Councilmember Cormack.
I wonder if the mayor is interested in motions as well as comments and questions, given the lateness of the hour. Sorry, you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry. I guess we could try that. I do want to give everybody a chance to make comments. But if you want to try to make a motion, you're welcome.
Okay, well, I'll make my comments and I'll send the motion to the staff at the moment. So I've been doing 4-hour volunteer shifts on Saturdays at Foothills Park, wearing a little vest and picking up trash and greeting people mostly and helping them choose a hike. And I have to tell you, it's been a fantastic experience. So many happy families. And staff's been working so hard to make this work. So I just want to read a few quotes from things that people have said to me. Somebody walked by and said, "Something good happened in 2020. One gentleman said, "This is a blessing." That was the day after New Year's. A person said, "I taught my kids to fish in that lake." And many people have said that they used to live in Palo Alto and they're so glad to be able to come back here again. I've had the opportunity to point out the heron and a few of the egrets and hawk and deer and gophers. I mean, it's really been great. It's been a wonderful opportunity to be back up there. I think we should let the Parks and Recreation Commission do its work. And that will be when the staff is ready, they can put up my motion. We'll see if there's a second for it. The closures during the middle of the day are really mitigating the crisis that it felt like a couple weeks ago. Parking conditions have changed even since this report was written. I was thinking when Mr. Anderson was speaking that, we should tell people if they're going to hike the Los Trancos Trail, drive on down and park at Oak Grove, right? Because I think a lot of those people are parking in Orchard Glen. There are things that we can do already. You're seeing parking, change in terms of that. I think it's a wonderful, positive, and welcoming environment. There are definitely some problems, right? And so we'll get to traffic in just a minute. I just want to take a moment to talk about fees. I don't support fees to deter attendance. That was sort of a little bit buried in the staff report. That's not why I'm going to be willing to support fees eventually. I am willing to support a fee to pay for that split rail fencing Darren's talking about, to replace the yellow caution tape, better bathrooms, and that third ranger that we froze a while ago that we needed well before, the park was opened. I think the Parks and Recreation Commission is well placed to spend some time thinking about this pretty carefully. I would be very nervous if we made this decision tonight, picking the dollar amount and not knowing, should it just be on weekends? What days should we offer that it would be free? Can we let there be a few free passes at the libraries, to make it available to everybody? So I'm going to stop there, and let me just speak briefly to the motion. We heard Mr. Greenfield tonight say that an emergency ordinance giving the city manager the ability to adjust the attendance will fix the immediate problem. So that's there. I don't think we should make a decision tonight. We don't have enough data about exactly what the fee should be and when. Let's let the Parks and Recreation Commission fulfill what we asked them to do when we did this in December. Let's let staff get started on getting ready to implement that fee system. And let's be sure that we continue to work with people in Los Altos Hills and neighbors, because there are definitely some safety considerations. So I'll pause there and see if there's a second.
Yeah, let me see if there's a second. Does anybody second this motion? Okay, I'm not hearing a second. I suggest we continue on and then maybe we'll come back. Are you done with your comments?
Absolutely, it's late and we've got more to do.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Koo.
I didn't realize I couldn't see it because of the share screen. So I think that firstly, we need to ensure, I wanted to ask about ADA accessibility as well as, I think what the public speaker, Jill Onan, said is really, really disturbing to me. And I just want to make sure that there is some lever in there to ensure that bicyclists are not bicycling on the trails. And how are we overseeing that?
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. This is Darren Anderson again from Community Services. We too, staff have also noticed bike tire tracks on certain trails. It isn't new. We've had that forever at Foothills Park. Right now, we don't have the capacity for staff to be out on the trails and catching folks. What does happen on occasion is people will report it, rangers will respond, and by that time, they usually miss them. In the event that staff happened upon them, they will be told to leave and they can be issued a citation. Of course, it is not allowed. Unfortunately, there are multiple entrances where they can come in illegally and unobserved, and that complicates the issue on how to deal with the bikes.
So is there consideration of how to manage those unofficial and other entry points at the park so that at least we can assess who all is coming in and what they're coming in on?
We don't have the staff to staff all those entrances, not by a long shot. We struggle with staffing the main entrance. So I would say it is unlikely that we could do that with staff. Perhaps when we get a docent program up and running and we have folks who might be willing to help out, be in those locations, that might be another way to help. The additional no parking that we want to do in select areas on Page Mill Road, I'm not sure that stops the bikes from entering. So I think we've got more work to do and picking other people's brains on some best solutions for that problem.
So is the Department of, is the Office of Transportation involved in looking into Alexis Drive and Page Mill and the traffic that is, the traffic congestion and issues that's taking place there, especially what some of the members of the public has been mentioning?
To some degree, yes. We've met with transportation and talked about a number of the challenges, both on Page Mill and interior to the park. One of the staff from transportation came out and talked to the staff at the open space area and helped delineate certain things, but we've got a lot more to do. Width of the road that's appropriate for having roadside parking and where it's not. Those conversations need to continue. Speed bumps on the park road. My opinion is we need some, and that's an area where we're going to have to confer with transportation in greater deal. The long-standing problem of not having a pathway, so as people walk up from Altamont on Page Mill, how they do that safely. There's not a pathway right now, and we've looked at that for years and struggled to find a safe way to provide one. But certainly transportation will be involved in those future conversations as we look deep and hard at those problems.
How are you engaging with the homeowners around there about all of this? I mean, if you're going to be implementing speed bumps and potentially looking, I mean, what is the engagement with the residents over there?
The speed bumps I referenced, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. I meant inside the park is where we put speed bumps. There are some long stretches on the interior park road where you can really get going fast. And it's not safe for pedestrians. The engagement with residents and neighbors, we have more work to do there too. So far, it's largely been the receiving end of concerns and complaints. The things we want to do is help eliminate the no parking in areas where they're causing problems. I mentioned conferring with Santa Clara County roads team and that they might be able to help on certain areas of Moody Road, for example. I think we've got more to that, things like that to work on.
So can you just briefly kind of go over the history of the entry fee at Foothills Park?
Sure.
I think Jeff had, Mr. Greenfield had mentioned it a little bit earlier, but if you can kind of give a little bit more of a thorough.
Sure. An entry fee of $2 for the daily entry fee and $25 for an annual fee was implemented in 1988, and it went to approximately 2001. My records differ a little bit from Chair Greenfield's analysis. In the municipal fee schedule dating back to those dates, it only shows $2 and $25, whereas he referenced a $6 and $60 annual fee. The muni fee does not reflect that. So somewhere there was a gap, and I don't have that exact information. So where he got that, not saying that's not possible, but if it was that way, it was very short-lived, and then the fee was removed in 2001.
So was there a fee that was charged when they were putting in the dam or doing repairs to the dam?
The fee was likely in response to it. In the late 80s, there was a push for cost recovery to be associated with projects. So they reconstructed the dam and the fee came in shortly thereafter. And staff's recollection was that it was largely in response to cost recover for that project.
And thank you. So it was the $2 and the $25 that you're mentioning. That was the recovery fee most likely for the dam repair. I see. Okay. Okay. All right. I just want to finish with just saying that I really appreciate Darren and the Rangers and also Jeff, Commissioner Greenfield, for going out and monitoring and trying to take some data back. So I really want to thank you for the tremendous work that you've done. Needless to say, I have been very disappointed with how it was opened up how the park was opened up without any plan. But I do want to thank you so much for all the work that you have been doing.
Thanks so much.
Okay, Councilmember Filseth and then Councilmember Stone.
Yeah, so let me ask you a couple questions first. When we talk about limiting people, in practice, are we limiting people or are we limiting vehicles?
Largely vehicles.
Vehicles, okay. Yeah, okay. Also, the discussion about mountain bikes on the trails. Yeah, I understand the challenge. I'm just going to observe that if you're on a bicycle and you run a stop sign out on Kenyatta Road, it's a $300 ticket, right? So I hope that if we issue a citation to a mountain biker in Foothills Park, that it's a level that they notice. So in general, so I was out in Foothill Park a number of times over the break, and pretty much everything that everybody else talked about, I saw out there. I saw people walking down the hillsides. I saw somebody throw their trash on a hillside. I saw dogs off leash chasing squirrels around through the underbrush. I saw kids throwing rocks at waterfowl. Cars everywhere inside, circling, parking all over the place, not just in sort of parking lots, but just parking wherever, right? And then it was, of course, I think staff's working really hard to manage this, both the Parks and Rec staff and also public safety, right? But it's just like Disneyland at the gate, as people have said. So, I mean, what I saw there is, it's not supposed to be an amusement park. At least most people think it's not supposed to be an amusement park. It's inconsistent with being a preserve. So I think that we need to move forward on trying to get this under control. I actually wonder if 180 vehicles, I mean, right now the limit is nominally 280 or 270 or something like that. I wonder if 180 actually is too many to start with, and we ought to start even less than that and see how it goes. But I think we need to do something right away. Right? And maybe it'll subside as the novelty wears off. Maybe it won't. But I think we got to manage this because it's pretty much out of control as it is. Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Stone and then Councilmember Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kind of follow up on Councilmember Filseth's final point there about needing to act immediately. I do agree. I think we need to make sure that we move ahead tonight with an emergency ordinance, at least on the cap. I'd like to see that at 500. And I agree from what a lot of the speakers brought up the issue of the novelty and it being in the news and people wanting to come out. But I think one of the reasons why we definitely need to have this emergency ordinance, at least for the remainder of the year, is we're not just seeing these influx of visitors to Foothill, but we're seeing it at other preserves and parks around the area. Like, for example, Mid-Penn preserves, their attendance are up about 200% during COVID. And so, we don't know what's going to happen when the novelty ends with Foothill Park, but we do know that COVID and people's desire to be able to get out of their house is going to continue for the near future. So I think we really need to move immediately on the cap. And we're just hearing all of these. And I appreciate the public really sending so many emails and communications and really reaching out to us to let us know their frustrations and some of the dangerous conditions that they're having, not only on the road conditions, not only on the pathways in the park, but also some of the degradation we're hearing with regards to the preserve and wildlife. I'm hearing a lot of stories that people are just not seeing the level of wildlife that they had seen in the past. So and in relation to the issue on fees, I don't see why we would stop that at vehicle fees only. Seems like it would make sense to extend that to pedestrians and bicyclists, and mostly because if we're already seeing the problem with people parking in neighborhoods around the park before we have fees implemented, I can't imagine what that's going to look like after we start implementing fees. And so I don't know if staff, if there's any kind of concern. I mean, I know we already have the single entrance for cars and the the kind of like the ranger gate there to be able to collect fees easily for cars. Would there be a problem with implementing fees for bicycles and staff as far as staff can foresee?
Thank you, Councilmember Stone. This is one that the Rangers debated for quite some time. It's very obvious. You see it all the time when you've got free ped and bike, which is fairly normal at quite a few state parks and county parks, that of course people are going to park outside and bike or walk in. And we didn't want to encourage that. The issue you just referenced is it safe for bicyclists and pedestrians to be queuing up with the vehicles at that one entry point? It looks difficult to manage. It's not impossible, but it looks a little difficult to manage safely getting bikes, pedestrians, and those cars through that narrow entrance in an efficient manner, in a safe manner. The second concern about charging bikes and peds is maybe it exacerbates that problem of them entering through other unstaffed entrances.
Perfect, thank you. And kind of my final my final piece when it comes to fees. I'm glad to see that that staff has proposed senior discounts, low income discounts. I think we should go a little further on that. I'd like to see a student discount. I definitely think either students should not be paying anything to be able to get in, or be paying a reduced fee. I think that's critical, especially today when I mean, my students all the time are so stuck on their phones and inside, and they really need to get out. And so I like to provide as many incentives as possible to be able to make sure that our youth can be able to get out to Foothills Park and enjoy it at a reduced cost, if not free. And also studies just really show that if young people can get out into nature and really appreciate the joys that nature offers, it really has a long-lasting impact on them as far as their kind of abilities to be sustainability warriors going into the future. So I think that's important. And I know the city we already have mechanisms to be able to do fee waivers for low-income individuals. I like to see us be able to do that here and to be able to waive fees for low-income visitors to the park. Yeah, I think the 25% discount for the annual pass. I mean, for $80 annual pass, if you're a non-resident, 25% discount on that, that still means that a low-income person is having to pay $60 for a year pass. And when it comes to someone having to make the determination of putting food on their table or being able to provide the opportunity to be able to go to Foothills Park, I don't think they should have to make that calculus. And so I'd like to see a more aggressive low-income fee waiver with whatever fees that we propose. But I think fees are issues that I'm fine not being a part of the emergency ordinance tonight and having a little more of a kind of a prolonged approach to it, bringing it to the PTC. And finally, my last comment, I think it's important for there to be periodic reviews over the next year. So whether it's quarterly reports to Parks and Rec and reporting out to us, or for this issue to come back to council, I think it's really important to make sure that we're getting those routine updates. That way we can act on any policy changes that need to be made. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt and then Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so as others have said, all the parks in the area are seeing a big COVID upturn. And if you go to the open space areas, the parking is completely overflowed. Go to Rastradero, we have similar problems. But once Foothill got open to non-residents, it became the greatest problem area. And in particular, the problem is principally on the weekend now that we've had past the Christmas, New Year's holidays, and a little bit of the novelty may be wearing off, but it's still an overwhelming problem on the weekends. And so I think we should focus on any emergency ordinance on addressing the real critical near-term problem, and then put off to the pretty expeditious approach to a permanent ordinance. But I think that I'd be inclined to first set limits on the number of cars allowed at a time, but to give staff some latitude, I think as Jeff Greenfield had recommended, some latitude on adjusting that within a range. So they don't have to keep coming back to the council if they see, we need to dial it down a little bit more, or we can dial it up a little bit. and allow them that flexibility. On the fees, I think for the most part that is going to be something we want to sort through the Parks and Rec Commission. But I think in the near term, just a day entry fee on the weekends would be an appropriate way. And I think it will moderate the number of people who are going to drive up that road and turn around and go back because it was closed. If people know there's a fee, it's just like, you know, I like Huddard Park a lot. And when we have the option to go into Foothills or Windy Hill or Huddard, I go, well, wait a minute, why am I going to go to Huddard if I have to pay to get in and I like the others just as much? And a good percentage of people will make similar decisions. Doesn't mean they, it's just a way it's going to moderate that, and that's our problem. So I think I'd like to propose a motion that we vote on actually in two parts that we vote separately. One is to give staff the latitude to impose caps on the numbers of people, which is essentially a cap on vehicles because they use a formula of between 500 and 650. It seems like that's kind of the range that we're hearing as the possibilities. And the second part of the motion is to put in place a weekend fee at the gate of $6 per vehicle, and a pedestrian and bicycle fee of $3 each. And if there's a second, I will comment on that last part on why I reluctantly am thinking we need a bike and ped fee. No second? All right. Then I'll just add a few other comments. One is Arastradero is also overflowed, and it has been ever since we lifted the, in May, access to the open space parks. And we've even had less parking allowed on Arastradero Road because Los Altos Hills apparently put in some even more restrictive parking because they're probably neighbor complaints. But we have an overflow parking lot there, and I've raised this issue since May. It would not take much to get that park or that overflow lot accessible on a routine basis. I think it's really important. It would bleed off some of the traffic. I mean, we literally have people backing up into Arastradero Road just trying to get in a parking spot in that one place. And the capacity of the park is in a lot of ways greater. There are roads as well as trails, fire roads, and it's just not utilized so much. And so why not make it a more accessible and bleed off some of the demand from Foothills? I'll also say that I think our upgrade to signage has been way too slow. We have other resources. We have great signage team at Public Works, and we should just get on this and get some, at least some of these signs out there really yesterday.
5 minutes.
Okay. All right. I'll pass on the rest.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
I want to ask staff, so what days are the busiest right now? I assume the weekends, right?
It is Saturday, Sunday, and holidays.
And how busy are the weekdays?
It's in flux. We're still experiencing it, but significantly less. And again, we have not reached capacity on the weekdays since the passing of the holiday New Year's.
Okay, so where I'm at on this is I do think we need to do an emergency ordinance in terms of limiting the number of people and having a fee at the gate. I've had many office hours on this, talked to a lot of people about this, and I think this is necessary. So where I'm at in terms of the numbers is I'd like to have a limit of 500 people, whether it's weekend or weekday. And in terms of a gate fee, at least right now, and maybe we could adjust it later, would be $10 per car and then $3 per person. And the reason why I want $10 per car, well, I don't want the the fee per person be so much higher than for the car. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. But I think $3 per person probably makes sense whether it's pedestrian or bikes. And this is just for right now to kind of solve the current problem. I think longer term, and I want to make sure that Parks and Rec staff and others have time to develop a plan for this, because I think, this was opened without maybe as much thought as we would have liked, would be to actually go to a reservation system. So I think we would have like on-the-spot payment where people could pay, but it would be a much higher fee, like $10 per car. And then have an online reservation system where if they don't want to do it online, they could pay there in person, but it's $10 per car. And I like $10 because it's just a one bill, right? You don't have to have change. It's pretty simple. And then an online reservation system where it will be cheaper, right? So it incentivizes people to use online reservation. And that could be something lower, something like $8 per car for non-resident, and maybe $6 or whatever the math happens to be for resident. And then a much lower bike pedestrian fee of, let's say, $1 or something somewhat nominal, plus a low rate for resident. And again, I don't think we could solve this tonight. I think this is something that the Parks and Rec and staff can help figure out and then come back to us. But just want to throw out some numbers so that people can start thinking about this. I do think having some sort of annual fee, pass makes sense too. So with some sort of commensurate lower rate for non-resident. I don't know what the exact numbers for the fees are. I'm just kind of throwing out numbers, but the numbers that staff had in there sounded about right, but I don't know exactly what it is. I do think what's important is that we do have some sort of delta between resident and non-resident. I understand the need of the rationale of not doing it at the gate because it does cause backups. So that's why I'm thinking a simple $10 is actually a really good thing because it's, again, simple transaction, one $10 bill, so it's pretty simple. But in terms of the numbers itself, what I feel is we want these numbers to be budget neutral. And the reason why I think that's important is we're in a very difficult budget year. And I think we want to make sure that the money we need to keep Foothills Reserve pristine isn't taken away from other programs. I think that's really important. I don't think we want to endanger other programs to make this one happen. So I do think it'd be great for staff and Parks and Rec to do some homework and figure out what the fees are, right? So I just threw out some numbers. I don't actually think these are actually the right numbers, but it's just something to kind of frame it. So what I like to propose, so those are numbers. And since I'm the last one, I've kind of had a chance to kind of listen to everyone, and I'm flexible on the motion. But the basic thing that I'm thinking about is having a immediate limit of the number of people, like something like 500. It could be 600, but something on that range. It shouldn't be 1,000 people or 2,000 people. That wouldn't make sense. We should have a fee for the car coming in, and I'm flexible on that. Although I think $10 is the right fee because it's easy, and some sort of fee per person. And I think $3 seems about right because if you do car 4 people, that's 12 people. They could just buy a car pass, and then have Parks and Rec and staff figure out a more complicated online reservation, annual pass, all that stuff for that to come back to us for something more permanent. But I think we should do something tonight, quickly. So my motion is basically to have a limit of, and again, this is flexible, and if whoever wants to give a second, if there is anyone, you can throw out your favorite number of 500 people for limiting, and $10 per car, $3 per person, emergency. Then let Parks and Rec come back with Parks and Rec and staff come back with a more nuanced online reservation, annual pass, what the fee really should be at the gate, longer term. So I don't know if we have a second for that, but this is just a straw man. I'm open to suggestions just to get this thing going, but it's up to you guys.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a preference on the numbers?
Actually, if you consider the limit to be 400.
Okay, I'm
I think,
fine with that.
the whole thing is to, in opening, I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to comment yet.
You can. So, Councilmember Tanaka, do you want to speak to the motion anymore?
Yeah, I kind of did. I'm somewhat flexible on this. I think this is a general frameworks. I just want to. It's almost 11:30 right now, and I think we need to get something passed today, at least temporarily. The more detailed program, I think, really needs time for people to figure it out, so we don't make a mistake. But the numbers, I just want to get something that we can all kind of agree on, at least the majority of us, and move forward on it. And the detailed plan, I think that's going to need a lot more time, and I don't think we're going to figure it out tonight. So I'm open to Councilman Koo, your suggestions on the numbers, because I don't really have I don't feel that strongly about it.
So if I might ask a question of our city attorney. So in the at places memo, it says to direct staff to return with an urgency ordinance, but I was just wondering, can we enact an urgency ordinance now and adopt it? Given that this is, in my belief, it's pretty urgent to me
So,
and to everybody here.
right. So what you could do tonight is amend the ordinance that is before you, which is a regular ordinance. And with a simple majority, you can pass it on first reading. You can simultaneously direct us to come back with an emergency ordinance on the 1st of February, I think is when we said we would be able to do that. The Brown Act doesn't let you go ahead and adopt an emergency ordinance tonight because we didn't have that. That's not the staff recommendation. We didn't have that prepared and put before you, and it's not noticed as specifically as an emergency ordinance, which would be required. So that's why you have to give us that direction tonight, and then we'll come back.
So the ordinance that we're going to put forward, okay, I get it.
Yeah, we recommend that whenever you adopt an emergency ordinance, you also adopt an identical regular ordinance to back it up. And what that does is protect the city by some additional procedures in the event someone might challenge the existence of an emergency.
Okay, thank you. So the reason we never knew what is the right number for people to be in the park at a time. And so the opening was not done in any means the best way. And so I would highly recommend to go start from small and then open it up as we go along and as we assess how many people can be there, what is it doing to trails, and for Parks and Recs also to kind of come up with a plan in terms of actual fees in the long term. Right now we're doing a tactical move. I think that we need to really think about and have Parks and Rec look into a strategic move. So I would support this ordinance and to direct Parks and Rec. And then I just wanted to ask the maker of the motion if Parks and Rec can also have the liberty of looking at different reservation systems rather than just on a.
Yeah, I absolutely. I think for C, it should probably read something like, reservations. That doesn't have to be online. I mean, I think we have to give them latitude. And also, what should the permanent fee be, right? I think we just want to do something tonight temporarily.
Yes.
And I think what does it look like in terms of and maybe staff needs to figure this out. Like, how do we keep it kind of budget neutral? I don't think we necessarily have to put it in here, but I don't think we want it for us to lose a tremendous amount of money on this. Yeah, so I think it's kind of like, I think it's like figuring out the permanent fee, right? The long-term fee. It's figuring out, what kind of reservation system, if any, the annual pass. I don't know if there's other things that they should figure out.
Okay.
Yeah, something like that.
So, can you guys confirm this motion is what you intend that's on the screen?
Maybe like an annual pass. If they make a recommendation on an annual pass as well. So I think that makes sense. And it's probably Parks and Rec Commission and staff probably, but I don't know. I guess staff is going to do it anyway, so it doesn't matter. But I guess it's at 11:30, and I for at least for me as the maker motion and probably the second, I think we were, for me, I want to be flexible on the motion so that we could get to majority and we could get something going. So I'm not so fixated on the numbers, to be honest. So
okay,
that's where I am.
Thank you guys.
To clarify, Mr. Mayor, Maker and the seconder, are you also asking for an emergency ordinance to come back?
Yes, we
yeah,
didn't put
yeah,
that
if
in,
we
did
could,
we?
yes, good point.
Yeah.
So if you could add that to B perhaps, or D is fine. And yes, direct staff to return with an emergency ordinance authorizing it's the same thing as B, authorizing the city manager to adjust the attendance limits not to exceed 400 people.
All right, so I haven't gotten a chance to speak yet, so I will speak to the motion. So I wondered if staff could clarify the idea in the staff report of allowing the city manager to adjust the number. And the way the staff report was written, it looked like adjust the number upwards. And was the idea that it could be adjusted either up or down, or what was the original intent there?
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I think the intent was twofold. I think the intent was staff observation initially is that 500 is approximately the number we think is working, and that would sort of be the default, and that the city manager would have flexibility to go up or down based on criteria that's observed. I know city manager had spoken to me about the need to have a greater degree of definition on what the thresholds and drivers would be for those adjustments. Staff isn't there yet. I would recommend that be something the Parks and Rec Commission and staff could help work on some of the details that would drive the up or down.
That's really helpful, because the way the report was written, it sounded like 500 and it could be adjusted up to 750, but not down. I guess what you're trying to do is approximate number of people from vehicles. And the other thing I'd like to understand is what an emergency ordinance is going to do for us. So the staff report said you couldn't really start collecting money until February 20th. The motion we passed opened the park on December 17th. So I think it would be March 17th that it would go up to 1,000 as is. Is that correct? It would be 90 days after that?
That's my understanding.
Okay. So what is the reason to do an emergency ordinance? It doesn't seem like it's going to change anything if we could do a second reading on February 1st. Maybe Molly, you can answer that.
Right. I think the effect, and Ed can confirm this is how he would interpret this, is that the current status quo situation is 750, and that will stay in place until the council provides for another limit. This would reduce that to 400 as soon as the emergency ordinance would be passed.
But you said we could pass it a first reading tonight. We would pass a second reading February 1st. It doesn't seem like an emergency ordinance would happen any quicker, is what I'm trying to figure out.
It would, because a regular ordinance then goes into effect 30 days later.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was forgetting. And again, just to remind council, emergency ordinance takes 6 of 7 votes. So I had the same questions that were brought up earlier. Like, should we consider focusing on the number of people in the park and charging for peds and bikes or as vehicles? Where I appreciated the several different motions. Where I was ending up was similar to this, but slightly different. I looked at San Mateo and Santa Clara parks. I looked at Coyote Point in particular as an example. And I think we should put in an interim fee. I was leaning more towards the staff recommendation of $6 a vehicle, and even an interim annual pass of $60 and the $80 for non-residents, with the discounts for seniors and low income. And then I was also leaning more towards the 500 than the 400. I'd like to hear what my colleagues think on that. And then referring all of this to be reviewed by PTC, and then have PTC come back with not just recommendations for these prices. You know, one thing I saw Santa Clara County included were things like video photography, still photography in the park. Do we need to think about large vans or mini buses? What if a tour bus arrived at the park? I don't know if we already prohibit tour buses. And then all these things we're hearing about behavior. So I think Parks and Rec could also look at the dog policy. I've been hearing about alcohol in the park, which I don't think is allowed, and also the mountain biking. And I think we should do some enforcement days. And I know we don't have a lot of staff, but maybe you can, block certain trails on flat, slow sections where the bikes have to stop and do some enforcement. And I think a couple of, spot bike stops would send out a message, and it would probably help with the issue. I think a reporter told me he saw somebody magnet fishing in the lake. I mean, so again, it seems like there's just all kinds of behavior going on. I support a fee collection system. Again, that could be in a second phase. I also wanted to throw out an idea down the road. We're going to be looking at a Palo Alto parking pass using license plate reader technology. We could potentially think about, you kind of pay one price as a resident. You could park anywhere. You could park downtown. You could park in Foothill Park. That would be a really nice benefit.
That's 5 minutes.
Okay, I just have a few more comments. So I think we should consider making sure that message board at the end of Page Mill can be updated remotely from the park. And I want to say I'm also concerned about the amount of signage and even adding split rail fencing everywhere. I mean, really like to see if we can find ways to manage the park in a more natural state. And so I guess I'll offer up some friendly amendments and just see if they're accepted, which would be for A, that we would just simplify it for now as an interim fee of $6 a vehicle, and leave the more complicated pricing to Parks and Rec recommendation. Is that acceptable?
I'm actually not that hung up on the fees, but I don't know if my seconder has an opinion on it.
Yeah, I'm not hung up on the fees either. I think that's doable. I would rather it go to the PRC.
Okay, so yeah, it would be $6 per vehicle, and just get rid of the per person for now.
Because I view this as a temporary fee, right, or as a interim fee.
Yeah.
And then for B, would you guys be willing to say 400 to 500? And again, the city manager can adjust the limits.
I think that's fine with me, but I don't know if the seconder agrees.
No, I can't accept that right now. I was actually going to go with 350, but I compromised myself at 400. So,
well, how about this? How about if it's 400 and the city manager can adjust? Well, it's 400 and the city manager can adjust up to 500, depending on something like that. I don't know. I mean, I'm just trying to see.
That's what I was suggesting. All right.
So I think I can do that. I mean, I'm really skeptical going big and then trying to bring it smaller instead of doing it the other way around.
So if you're accepting that, we could say 400 not to exceed 500.
That's fine. That's better.
And then, I'm not convinced about the reservation system. If we could maybe generalize what we want Parks and Rec to do, but.
Well, I think the things you mentioned, I mean, I don't know either. So I think but I don't think we could figure it out tonight. I think it'd be better for them to look at it really closely, like that, the dog policy, mountain bikes, all this kind of stuff we talked about. I don't think we could deal with it tonight. So I think that kind of stuff.
But it says reservation system. Can we just change C to say, direct the Parks and Rec Commission to consider fees, rules, enforcement policies?
Sure.
Something
Yeah.
general.
Because there's a lot more than just that they need to figure out.
And then bring that back to council. Okay, well, thank you guys. I think with those changes, I can support it. But I think we have several other hands. Yep. I didn't see the order, so I'm just going to go down in the way they appear on my screen. So Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With the amendments, I'm more comfortable supporting this. I'm still uncomfortable not having some sort of fee waiver for low income visitors or having any type of student or senior discount. I don't know if the makers of the motion are amenable to an amendment to include a fee waiver for low-income residents. Sorry,
How
just
about
low-income visitors.
how about something on C for, because I don't think we could figure it out tonight. It's almost 12. So maybe this is something Parks and Rec, because I actually am not opposed to that either. Like maybe some sort of discount for students or something, or maybe even free. But maybe let's let them figure that out as part of this program versus us trying to figure it out at 12 o'clock. Councilmember Stone, do you want to try that? I don't know if the seconder would agree with something like that, but maybe that they could think about that as part of their bigger rollout.
I agree. Councilmember Stone?
Yeah, I mean, that's.
I mean, for it to go back to PRC in order for them to figure out and determine how it's going to be done, definitely there needs to be a waiver, because that's the whole purpose, right? For opening the parks is to be inclusive and so forth. So it definitely needs to be determined how. It's just how.
Yeah, and I'm wondering maybe if staff could weigh in if a mechanism already exists to be able to do a fee waiver for low-income visitors. I mean, is that a simple thing to implement, or would that require, as you're kind of suggesting, a little more diving into the particulars of that?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Stone. I think for the daily fee, meaning you'd pay it at the machine, it would be far more complex and difficult. The annual pass, I think, might be a little bit easier. I know the Parks and Rec Commission had been interested, the ad hoc committee working on this had been interested in finding ways to serve underserved communities, to make it affordable and make it accessible. So I know that's a passion of theirs. We had originally looked at some models under the pilot ideas of providing a certain number of passes to Palo Alto Unified and Ravenswood District. That might be something, but I think the PRC would be great to delve into that topic.
And could we, again, just keep it flexible, whether it's a discount or a waiver, if that's all right with Councilmember Stone? Let's not be over specific, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. And I appreciate the clarification on that from staff. So with that clarification, I'm fine if it's included within C.
But does fee already, I mean, from the staff point of view, does fees already kind of contemplate that? Because they could contemplate the waivers or discounts. Or maybe we should have discounts as part of fees, discount rules. Maybe that's the way to cover it.
That works.
Okay. That makes sense.
Okay.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Going in order, I wonder if the maker and seconder would consider amending A to just be on the weekend. We've heard that's really when the problem is. Would you consider this fee just being on the weekend during this interim period?
I think the other, and I didn't put this in here, but you guys probably know I feel very strongly about this, which is I think we want to be budget neutral. I think we have a lot of programs that are kind of already need funding. And so I think maybe long-term that's what will happen, but I think at least for tonight, just keep it simple, just $6. It's easy to remember. We don't have to like figure it out a whole lot.
Can we just check with staff? Because if we're going to have a fee during the week, then it has to be staffed during the week. So I'm not sure that it would be budget neutral.
Okay,
Mr. Anderson, could you help us?
Yes, thank you so much, Councilmember Cormack. The thinking behind the weekdays entry fee is that it would not be staffed. We have no way of doing that with our existing staffing. So that is not going to be possible. But what we were thinking is it would be an automated machine and people would be obligated to pay, put the receipt on their dash. And then there would be a staff cost in terms of enforcing that, which means periodic inspections to make sure cars have paid and they have the proper tag.
And when exactly would we be able to implement that?
I believe I think we can get the weekday fees. Bear with me, I've got it in the presentation.
March 24th.
March 24th, yes, thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure that I can support A. And also B and D are confusing to me. I don't understand 400 people not to exceed 500 people. It seems like two different numbers.
says city manager to adjust the attendance limits. Does that help?
I think the way we would read that is that the manager could set the limit between 400 people and 500 people. Ed, is that how you would read that?
Not less than and not more than.
Are we going to force 400 people to be there every day?
Absolutely.
It's just
No, it's
confusing
an upper
to me.
limit.
Upper limit. That's the
It's
upper
an upper
limit.
limit.
Would be not the upper limit would be no less than 400, nor any more than 500.
Okay, to between 400 and 500. Okay. All right. And then is it normal for us to ask boards and commissions to work on enforcement policies? I don't feel like we usually ask for that. What is staff's thoughts here?
Given the nature of the issue we're tackling, I do think that there are operational and practical limitations of the dimensions of enforcement. So certainly appropriate to get input from the PRC on that topic.
Okay, it just seems like there's policy and there's operations. It seems a little bit in the gray area. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to support this. I'll be interested to see what my remaining colleagues have to say.
All right, Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, a couple things. So on the six, let me try the case for $10 per vehicle instead of $6, which is they don't have to make change, right? Let me ask the staff. Does that make their life at the gate materially easier if it's $10 and they don't have to make change versus $6?
Yes, I think simple denominations would be helpful.
So, wonder if the maker and the seconder would consider 10, not in the interest of revenue as much as just making life simpler for staff.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, but I forgot who was the person that wanted it at 6. I forgot.
I suggested 6, and my thinking was that we should start low and let Parks and Rec do some analysis. We just opened the park, and again, the county, Santa Clara County, San Mateo County parks at 6. It just seemed like it was better than to go high.
I'm actually with you on 10. I think 10 is easier, but I'm okay. I think this is just a temporary thing until we've really figured it out. So
I'm okay too with 10.
Okay. Second, let me ask staff, because this came up briefly. Do we have an ADA issue up there?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Philseth. I think we'd need that looked at by transportation in terms of the number of ADA handicap parking stalls and a few other elements. I think it's smart to analyze it.
Okay, but you guys are on that. You don't need that in the motion, right?
I think so. I think we'll work with transportation on it.
Okay. One thing I think probably not in the motion, but maybe the Parks and Rec ought to consider, or staff ought to consider. I wonder if we shouldn't consider just banning dogs completely. I mean, I know they're banned on weekends, and on weekdays they're allowed, but they're supposed to be on leash and so forth. I wonder if we should consider just banning them, because most of the other parks in the area ban dogs, and so so I mean that would be consistent with other parks. And then finally, I actually liked Councilmember Tanaka's idea of a reservation system. And I hope in the motion or not, Parks and Rec might look at that. One of the things that I thought was useful about that is I think if we're going to limit attendance to 400 or 350 or maybe 500, 500 is still quite a few, right? Then we're going to be faced with the circumstance of people driving all the way up there and then finding out they can't get in. Right? Whereas a reservation system, if it worked the way you would want it to do, would say, okay, you've made a reservation in advance, you can come in, and the attendance cap is cognizant of that if it can be done. And that's also a vehicle to encourage, to go back and look at the fees and say, well, if you just drive up there, it's, $6 or $10 or whatever is the gate. But if you reserve it in advance, then you get the discount and so forth. So I think all that makes sense to look at. So I hope C is broad enough that Parks and Rec can look at that too.
Okay, because of the hour,
okay.
And again, I've heard some differences on the price, so I'm going to suggest we split the vote. So actually, Vice Mayor Byrd, see your hand just went up.
Do you want me to make $10 an unfriendly amendment and see if it passes?
We could do it that way. Yeah.
Whatever
so
you want to do.
Yeah, I don't know, because I did make a friendly amendment that was accepted for 6, and then it just got erased. So I don't know if I've experienced that before.
I just want to. Is 6, 10? I think whatever it takes to pass this thing is okay with me. So.
Let's do an unfriendly amendment at 10 if that's okay.
Okay.
So now this is on the amendment to change A to 10. And again, so Vice Mayor Burt, do you want to speak to this amendment?
Yeah, I actually want to speak to the amendment and the motion.
Can we do the amendment first and then we'll get back to the motion?
Well, it's kind of hard to segregate the two.
I need a second for the amendment, right?
Yes. But it sounded like Councilmember Tanaka was accepting it.
I'll second it.
Okay. So first question, D is the only one that refers to the emergency ordinance. Is it the intention that the fees would also be in the emergency ordinance?
Yes, that's a good point. I missed that.
Okay.
I think it's a difference of 10 days in terms of when staff can implement it. But
yeah, I'm not sure that during the week there's a difference at all. The weekend, maybe, yes.
Okay. So I want to say that I'm hesitant to have us at midnight be trying to define too many parts of this. And I think doing certain things on an interim to address the most immediate concerns is what we ought to do on the interim, and defer the rest to a more normal process. And I'll say again, we don't have yet a means to collect fees during the weekday. We do during the weekend. The current problem is overcrowding on the weekend. And so I, again, think that we should start on the interim basis by just putting the fees in place on the weekend. I'll also say that I think a $10 fee is going to be viewed as onerous by residents and by the non-residents alike, and it will, I fear, smack of a backdoor attempt at exclusivity, and leave us open to that accusation. And I think I agree with the mayor that we should be more aligned with what other parks are, the county parks. And if the staff on the interim basis wants to do round numbers, then I'd go with just $5. And I think it'll have an impact on modulating the attendance. And then lastly, I'll say that I don't think any of us yet know what's the right number of people that can be handled in the park. And I think we need to have a little more latitude there. Especially if how much are we going to restrict it so much that residents just can't go on there on the weekend? At 400 people, I suspect that's the case. We've stopped going there on the weekend already, and it'll be even more the case if you're almost cutting in half the number of people that could be there from 750 down to 400.
Well, we can handle 1,000 now. Okay. The only question is, do you want to see any animals? And
no, just a second. We aren't doing 1,000 now. The city manager has put 750. And I'm not saying that I know the correct number now. I'm saying none of us know the correct number now. And that what we ought to do is dial it down into a range on an interim basis. Let the city manager have some latitude in that range, and then refer the longer term decisions until we get a better handle on this, and let it go through Parks and Rec.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest we vote on the amendment. We haven't done it. Yep.
Yeah, it looks to me like there's not support for it, so why don't I just withdraw it and we move on?
It's up to you.
I'll withdraw it.
Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and vote on the main motion. We've all done, I think, rounds of talking, so I don't want to open up to another round right now.
Mayor Du Bois, may I make one quick comment?
Yep.
Thanks. Just a consideration about volunteers and maybe allowing an exemption for them to come in and continue the work they're doing. This would be for our docents that are helping educate, as well as our restoration partners with grassroots ecology, et cetera. It'll hurt their volunteerism if we are implementing a fee for all their volunteers to come in.
So you're suggesting to amend A to be volunteers are no charge, basically?
Volunteers exempted.
I'm totally good with
Darren,
that.
weren't they also not counted toward the maximum?
Yeah.
That would be helpful.
That makes total sense.
Put the scouts in.
All right, let's see if this passes.
Sorry, Mayor. I raised this question about whether the intention was to have the fee on an interim on the emergency ordinance, and the answer was that it was. Is that still the case? Because it's not reflected in the motion.
I think D is meant to say.
It doesn't say it.
Yeah, I know. So D should be changed to really be just an emergency ordinance for A, B, and C, or A and B, I guess.
Yes, that's best.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and call a vote. Councilmember Cormack.
No.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes 6-1. Councilmember Cormack voting no. Thank you, guys. We had such a good start at our last meeting, and here we are at midnight. So,
Mayor, can we get that back up, because that amendment was still up there? I just want to make sure we're clear that that amendment was withdrawn. It was still listed there.
Does the clerk have that
It said motion withdrawn.
amendment withdrawn?
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, it's midnight. I do not think we should start the retail item. So I think we're going to have to reschedule that. City manager, I guess we'll have to figure that out. Okay.
Very good.
Okay, so I guess we'll move on to council member questions and comments and announcements.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I forgot to mention earlier that with the deferral of a couple of items here, we do want to suggest that your next meeting next week start at 5 p.m., not at 6 p.m.
Yes, thank you for that. Does anybody have any council member comments? Councilmember Koo?
So today, this morning, we had our VTA North County Group 2 meeting, and we elected Vice Mayor Burt to the VTA board. We did this early, convened the meeting, John McAllister called it, because there is a special meeting this Friday at 9 a.m. Where they're going to have a workshop the board workshop. So it'll be very interesting. They're going to explore different ideas about public transportation agency safety plan. There's going to be their 2021 fiscal year budget. And then one of the more important topics is going to be the 2016 Measure B 10-year program development update. Vice Mayor Burt is going to be there. So I just wanted to announce that. And if anybody else is interested in attending the workshop, it is a public meeting.
Okay, thank you. I just had a quick one at the Cities Association meeting. There was a discussion about the Santa Cruz, Santa Clara Airport Roundtable. Decided to give them 3 more months to see if they can work with the Cities Association as their financial authority. We also reviewed an audit, and they also want to straighten out kind of cost allocation. Councilmember Burt.
Yes, I also want to share that at the County Cities Association late last week, I was appointed to be the BOSCA representative, so Bay Conservation Development Commission. And so I think that body is going to be increasingly important as we're beginning to respond to the impacts of sea level rise and how to balance that with the need to restore habitat even as we face greater challenges. So I look forward to its work.
And Councilmember Cormack.
I think perhaps the Vice Mayor might have meant BCDC and not BOSCA.
I did. It's midnight now. Sorry about that.
No worries.
BCDC.
Yes, so if that's it, I'm going to go ahead and conclude the meeting. I'm going to conclude it in recognition of Martin Luther King. And thank you guys. And hopefully we'll get back on track next week. So good night.
Good night.